Got a little change on the agenda, but trying to keep in sync with the schedule and not push things back a little. Senator Kinski's got some meetings that he has to attend, and Representative Nicholas, Chairman Nicholas, is being held up a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and start. Chairman Nicholas has asked that I go ahead and get things moving, so with that in mind, we'd like to welcome everybody here with us today, and Don would go ahead and start with the roll call.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Representative Stith.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Representative Swanitzer Dave.
Here.
Senator Anderson.
Here.
Senator Garou.
Here.
Senator Nethercott.
Excused.
Senator Salazar. Here. Co-Chairman Kinski.
Excused.
Chairman Nicholas.
Excused.
For purposes of per diem, Representative Alleman. Representative Angelos.
Here.
Representative Haraldson.
Here.
Representative Pendergraft.
Here.
Representative Smith.
Here.
Senator Driscoll. Senator Larson.
Here.
Senator Smith. And Co-Chairman-elect Bear.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So first up on our agenda this morning is our state engineer, Brandon. Thank you. Director Gebhardt. We appreciate you guys being here, and like to turn the time over to you, and excited to hear about what you've got a lot going on.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Brandon Gebhardt. I'm the state engineer. With me at the desk is Jack Morey, deputy state engineer, and Kristen Baker, our chief financial officer. And also in the bleachers is Jeff Cowley, the head of our Interstate Streams Division, and Rachel Reinhardt, who is our HRD representative. And Mr. Chairman, I will try to be very concise with our exception request and hopefully cover everything you need, but I would like to start on probably with the summary on page 9 of our budget book. And I'll start it off by saying that Article 8 of the Wyoming Constitution created the SEO, State Engineer's Office, and the Wyoming Board of Control to provide the general supervision of the waters of the state of Wyoming. And as part of our duties, we are party to 7 compacts and 3 court decrees with our interstate neighbors. And so making sure that we are in compliance with those compacts and decrees falls on our shoulders, as well as maintaining our obligations under these compacts and decrees. And so a lot of what we're talking about today is in response to some of the stresses that we're seeing with our interstate obligations. Really what we're seeing is an increased demand and a decrease in supply. This likely means that our downstream states will have a greater interest in our water and our water uses. And all the projections that we're seeing, the trend will continue. We're seeing within our state a lot of our users trying to utilize the existing tools that we have to help secure their water supplies going into the future, namely exchange petitions and temporary water use agreements with other water users to really help secure their supplies for these junior users. As a result of all of this, it's putting additional strain and creating additional work for our staff. So our exception requests are both related to interstate obligations. The first one on page 9, priority number 1, is a request for 3 additional FTE positions in our Division 4 field office. The second one is for the North Platte River Basin Modeling Project. To provide some...
Brandon, could you just remind us where the Division 4 field office is located?
Sure. It is headquartered in Cokeville, but it is generally the west, and it covers the west and southwest, all those river basins in the west and southwest portion of our state.
Thank you.
That would include the Colorado River, Snake River, the Bear River, all of which we have compacts and one decree in that basin. And that's where a lot of this additional work is occurring. So within the Colorado River, I think the committee understands some of the work we're doing with the basin states and trying to renegotiating the operating guidelines. But also as part of that, there has been a significant, huge amount of extra work going on in that basin. We've received a portion of roughly $550 million that's been from the federal government that's gone to the upper basin states, which include Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. And as that funding becomes available, it is funding studies, it's funding measurement devices, it's providing us additional data. It's really helping us understand how and where we're using our water, which is very beneficial. But with that, our field guys, they're the expertise that we really need involved in these studies so that we're getting the best out of these studies. And this is on top of their day jobs, and it has turned into an enormous amount of additional meetings, additional duties, participating in these projects, and for good reason. The better data we have, the better we can defend our water uses. Some of the other things going on are conservation programs. As you know, the negotiations really stem from hydrology. We have less water than was ever anticipated when the compacts originated. The Colorado River Compact is in 1922. At that time, they felt like we had a lot more water than we're seeing right now. The last 22 to 24 years are the driest, the least flow in that basin in over 1,000 years. So that is really the enemy in this, but because of that, the division between the upper basin states and the lower basin states, we're working together to try to figure out how that system could be operated. And so that is a lot of what we're doing, but with that comes all of these other things that I tried to explain in the Colorado River. The studies, the better data, all of those things. I'd also point out that we're working very diligently. The legislature a couple of years ago provided funding for us to explore securing additional storage water out of Fontenelle. We're trying to secure the maximum flexibility for the use of that water. This means the ability to satisfy the many uses in our state, but with that flexibility comes more complexity and people to manage that complexity. I'll jump to,
Brandon?
yes.
But if we could on the Fontenelle project, because we have talked about that for a number of years, can you just let us, it says you're working to secure that, but where is that at in that whole process? Or are we making any gains on getting that accomplished, or?
Representative Larson, we are gaining. We've had a lot of great conversations with the Bureau of Reclamation. We're working through some of the details. It's taken longer than I wanted to, but we're partly to blame for that just because we're stretched thin. And so is Reclamation with all the things going on around the country, so.
And so if you were to project, again, from where we started to the point that we could start securing that upper, whatever percentage it was on the dam and getting that work, where do you feel like we're at to being able to start increasing the level of storage there?
75% would be a guess.
Okay. And in your crystal ball, when do you think we might hit 100?
Hopefully within a year,
Oh,
Representative
great.
Larson.
Thank you.
I'll just highlight some of the other basins, particularly tied to Division 4 that's causing some of this additional work in Division 4. The Bear River Compact between Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah. Right now, we continue to work through some of these interstate issues. They're mostly normal, relatively minor. But I don't know if you're aware, there is a greater interest in Utah to preserve the Great Salt Lake. So there is a concern that this may lead to increased interest to look upstream. Within the Snake River, some of the additional work that we're doing at this time, we're working with the Bureau of Reclamation in Idaho to reevaluate the operations of Jackson Lake and Palisades Lakes. And so these folks in Division 4 are heavily involved in that as well. Also, within the Snake River, the groundwater in Idaho has received a lot of press lately. There is moratoriums and conjunctive management between groundwater and surface water. That's creating conflicts in Idaho. But again, we're kind of watching that with the concern that they may be looking upstream to help solve some of their problems as well. But everybody's looking for supplies to meet their demands. And being a headwater state, it's somewhat concerning when that starts occurring in our downstream states. So why is this request an emergency? One example I want to point out, employee burnout is a very big concern of mine. An example of that is our Division 1 superintendent recently stepped down to go back to his old hydrographer job. That is largely because of the additional work that he was involved with the Colorado River. Even in Division 1, which is generally our southeast corner of our state, the Little Snake River is part of Division 1, but that is a tributary to the Colorado River. So that division superintendent has been involved in all these meetings and studies and all of the work going on. So what I'm hoping is that with these positions, we can kind of transition some of that extra work that he's been doing, tie it in with these other positions and focus more from our Division 4 staff and take some of that burden off our Division 1 staff. So this is more of a regional a help to our field folks. Also, new things are coming. More funding is coming, more studies are coming. Water Development Office recently received a Regional Conservation Partnership Program that is $25 million focused on projects in the southwest portion of our state, Colorado River. Our folks are heavily involved in all of those projects, identifying projects for that as well. And then I think you heard on Monday from the governor's office, a splintering of the upper basin and lower basin on our negotiations for the post-26 Colorado River operations. So all of these things combined lead to the request for the 3 additional employees. And I'd stand for any questions on that portion, or if you need further explanation on anything for that portion of our exception request.
Thank you. Questions from committee? Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director Gebhardt. How are you? Good.
Well, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm well, thanks. 3 new FTEs. I've got you at 2010 with 146 employees, and today you're at 117. Is that correct?
We're at 117 right now. That is correct.
So 146 in 2010, 117 today.
That is correct.
Okay. So, and you're asking for these 3, and so you talked a little bit about what they'd be doing. And do you see what's the time frame do you see putting these people on board?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, immediately. Part of the governor's recommendation would be to make a portion of our exception request available in April. And so we would hope to start the getting these people on board just as quick as we can.
And one follow-up, what's your turnover rate? I mean, just so ballpark, you don't have to get real hardcore. You can answer it later. You can, if you'd take a look and then get that back to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the work that you are doing. And I can sense that employee burnout in your narrative and in your presentation to us today. I just want to say that I'm very sympathetic of that and want to help problem solve. But my question is specific to the grant funds that you're receiving, which congrats, but that's not without additional work. Can any of those funds be used for personnel in terms of cost allocation, cost sharing, a percentage going to administrative overhead? Thank you.
Mr. Gephardt?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, that is something that I failed to look into before coming here, but these are a little bit different because these are programs through the federal government specific to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Investment Jobs Act. And they're dedicated to programs being established by the Bureau of Reclamation. I do know that we can use these for consulting work if we need to help us implement projects and studies. But I have failed to, and I apologize, I'll look into it, but whether it can fund employees or not, I'm skeptical, but certainly worth looking into.
Well, you might be getting some information from behind. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Anderson, please.
Mr. Chairman, I also read that article that negotiations weren't going too well with the Colorado Basin water. Is there any possible solutions to that water dilemma? One of the solutions, of course, is to take more water from the upper Colorado Basin. I don't see that the upper basin has enough more water to make a difference. Can you expound on that a little bit, please?
Mr. Gephardt?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that's largely what we're saying. We, in the upper basin, this is a deep question. In the lower basin, their uses are supplied by essentially Lake Mead, the second largest reservoir in the country. In the upper basin, we don't have a large reservoir to supply our releases. So we run on the run of the river. We're dependent on whatever Mother Nature gives us. And as we see that the hydrology is drying out, we have less. And so we already suffer what they refer to as shortages. In my opinion, every year we go out, we regulate off users because there's not enough water to satisfy our uses. And so that is one of our arguments. One of the things, so we provided an alternative to reclamation under their EIS process. Within that alternative, we have offered the potential to enter into or investigate voluntary conservation in the upper basin. Some of the work that we're already doing is helping us inform that. It is doing some of that conservation on a test pilot. The System Conservation Pilot Program is doing that. We're seeing what impacts that, trying to educate our users as to what impacts conservation could do to them. We're also trying to improve our infrastructure so we use water more efficiently. And all of that is part of what we think we can offer to the solution. But mandatory reductions are pretty much a hard no for me.
Follow up?
Follow up. Is there any discussion of diverting any of the upper basin water to the Colorado?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, not more than what we're already under obligation for in the compact, except for these potential conservation programs. We realize that we're part of the system too, and we need to participate, but we're limited on our abilities to do that, and we're limited on hydrology to do that. So we are offering things that we think could be meaningful through a conservation type of a program. We're also figuring out how we can use what little storage we do have in the upper basin to help contribute to that during very dry times, with the idea that wet times we will recoup that storage. So all of these are in the discussions that we're having with the lower basin right now.
Follow up?
Would Governor Mead's 10 and 10, I think he meant that we were going to build 10 dams in 10 years. Would that have helped this Colorado River problem, or was that in a different basin?
Mr. Gephardt?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, the 10 and 10 was statewide. There are a couple of projects that fall under the 10 and 10 in that basin. And so it does help. But really what we're talking about with some of this storage, it's fairly small. It's big for the areas that it's serving. But largely these storage facilities provide water for the late season. They're not large enough to store years and years of water. It's more of a single year to provide water late in the season for the uses that we already have.
Committee? Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a question on the staff in that division. It looks, as you look on the webpage, there's like 11 or 12 hydrographers there, and 3 of them are seasonal. Is the intent to keep the 3 seasonal and add 3 more full-time?
Mr. Gephardt?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, yes, this would be no changes to our existing staff, but an addition of 3 more personnel.
Follow-up questions? Any other questions? Okay, continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now to our second exception request. This is for the North Platte River Modeling Project. And really what this is to help us comply with the 2001 Modified North Platte Decree. As part of that decree, we are responsible for the accounting and the data acquisition and reporting for the natural flow that would occur at the Wyoming-Nebraska state line if there were no uses. And so we have to account for all of the inflow that we get in a season. We have to subtract out all of our uses and calculate what the natural flow would be absent man. And as we've done this since 2001, it started with a program that was developed by outside folks specific to this accounting. That was performed on a platform that is no longer supported. The support for the programming is gone. We even have all of this data and the program on computers that we can't update, because if we were to update the computers, we would lose the functionality of this program. So we started working with ETS at the beginning of the biennium to figure out what we could transition to. We did come to a path forward with ETS, but it was more of a stopgap that would eventually need to be brought into something that would have a longer life. And so as we were doing that, we consulted with the riverware modeling people that we have hired to help us on the Colorado River, and started investigating using that program for this accounting function and to eventually build it out into an operational model for the North Platte system. And so the $148,000 request was their estimate of what it would take to get us to this level. I will say that the riverware modeling is becoming the go-to. It's an off-the-shelf program. We are building up the expertise within our office to manage this and to change it and modify it. But the initial setup, we really need the expertise to set it up right. Just like a model junk in equals junk out. So we really want to get the thing established. And so we would hire a consultant to help us with that, and then eventually take it over and be able to perform these functions on the North Platte. And I think the reason that, in my mind, that this is an emergency is our existing system is extremely vulnerable. One power glitch to that computer, we would lose all of that data, all of that programming, and our ability to do this accounting. And as I mentioned, we've worked with experts that run riverware We feel like we have a good path forward. I think we can incorporate very quickly the data that we have and then start developing the accounting protocols and then eventually the full operational model that would help us do forecasting, help us predict what available water we would have and how we could use that water. So that's the reason for this exception request.
Brandon, and so as we're reading this is, as you say, it's off the shelf, but this is a one-time funding for, help you get that implemented in your agency, and then from then on, you're in good shape, is that correct?
Representative Larson, that is the intent, that's correct.
Okay, questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please,
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Anderson.
I'm curious as to what the outcome for the North Platte River study. If the study shows that we're less than historical flow at the Nebraska line, what's the mechanism for changing that? If it shows that we're overflowing the Nebraska line, what's the outcome for that? Or is there any outcome for the study?
Brandon.
Representative Larson, Senator Anderson, this isn't a study. This is a development of an accounting tool that we can account for the water. We'd be accounting for our water use in the basin. We'd be accounting for inflows, precipitation, snowpack. We'd be accounting for reservoir operations that occur already. So it'd be a calculation of what, if the river, if man wasn't influencing the river, what that flow would be. And as part of that, we would be calibrating, we would be looking back in history and calibrating this model to what has been historically accounted for. So I believe that the chance for different numbers could occur, somewhat unlikely, but it could occur, but it would be a calibration, and then we would work with the North Platte Decree Committee that if there is a difference and it's because of the method, then we would calibrate backwards so that we're not changing history, we're working with new numbers, and it wouldn't change our obligations under the decree.
Follow up?
Please.
Mr. Chairman. So we could look at that and calibrate less water flow into Nebraska or more, right? That could be the outcome?
Representative Larson, Senator Anderson, if it is just because of a change in the accounting that causes that, then we would be calibrating that. I don't know that it would determine that there was, that our accounting in the past would change. I'm not answering this very well.
So, Mr. Gephardt, if I understand you correctly, we've been gathering this data for many years. We're required to gather it. The technology that you currently use become outdated and very vulnerable. There's an updated software or program that you would like to implement that would just continue on gathering the data that you have historically gathered. Is that saying that correctly?
Representative Larson, I really appreciate that. That's spot on. Thank you.
Way to go, Larson.
Even a blind sow gets an acorn once in a while. Okay, questions? Any other questions? So Representative Pendergraft, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Pendergraft, District 29. I just, excuse me. I'm looking for a little bit more, voice. Looking for a little bit more clarity on the timeline here. I see a Platte River Modeling Project, which I certainly plan to learn a lot more about. I don't know how long that has been going on. From the chairman's reaction, it sounds like this has been a long, ongoing thing. I see the word phase 3. And I heard you say, I think, Mr. Gephardt, that this started at the biennium or this project. If you could kind of put things into a timeline for me. I do very much appreciate your saying why you feel this is an emergency, but I'm trying to put it in a better perspective for myself. Thank you.
So, Mr. Gebhardt, if you could just, please, for the benefit of everybody, just go back to the requirements on the state after the judicial decision and our requirements to do this modeling and in the various phases, just because there is quite an extensive history that we've been required to comply with.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a result of a court decree in 2001. It was a lawsuit between Wyoming and Nebraska and Wyoming, resulted in partial settlement, partial court decree. And as part of that, the court, this decree determined how the two states would share the water in the North Platte system. As part of that, we're legally obligated under the decree and also state statute, because the decree becomes state statute, to comply with all of the things in the decree. So we have been doing this since 2001. And at that time, the program was established, the accounting program, all of the data. We have been collecting that since 2001, likely even before that, to set this up. And so more recently, with the loss of support of the program, coupled with the retirement of the longstanding employee who was doing all of this work, had the expertise to go in and change the program itself, he retired. And that's been within the last year. And so now our new folks don't have the expertise to really get into the nuts and bolts to reprogram something if we were to see a glitch or if something were need to be updated. So because of the loss of the expertise, as well as the vulnerability of the program itself, is really what leads to the emergency. And that was precipitated by the retirement of this employee.
Thank you. Questions? Follow-up questions? Okay. Anything else you'd like to share with us or request from us?
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate your time. I don't have anything else at this time.
So, State Engineer's Office has really shouldered some significant load here for the state of Wyoming. Thank you, and job well done. It's a big deal. We can do all the economic development in the world, but if we don't have water, we're up a creek. So, and it's a dry creek that we're up. So,
Representative Larson, I appreciate that. Thank you.
okay, we'll give the gavel back to Mr. Chairman. We're ready to go to our next agency, which is the Wyoming Wildlife Trust Fund. Talk about some fires, and thank you. Good morning. Say what? Yeah, no. Hey, Bob, sorry I didn't call you. I just. I figured you were running late. I didn't know, but I thought I did. And I had some follow-up meetings, so. That's fine. We'll go. You'll be great. Good morning.
All right, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Bob Budd. I'm the director of the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. With me is Barb Wallace, who is our fiscal analyst. And if you have fiscal questions, you can bypass me and go straight to Barb. She'll have the answers. You should have received or will receive a letter from the governor relative to the fire mitigation portion. Let me deal with the $11 million first, which is on the invasives. You'll recall last year the governor's request was for $20 million. That was reduced to $9 million. That money has been expended, as well as an additional $1.4 million that the board put in out of regular funds to address invasive annual grasses around the state.
1 second, go ahead.
Director Budd, thank you. In the narrative, it said that the $9 million will be committed by December, but you're saying it's already been committed?
Mr. Chairman, our board met yesterday. That money has already been committed. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so the 11 would be to backfill the remainder of that. The important thing here to realize is that several years ago, we did an invasive.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Backfill or to extend?
Extend. Mr. Chairman, extend is correct. Several years ago, we had an invasive species task force that looked at the state and what the needs and what the challenges were. One of the things that was identified was a better cross-boundary, cross-county alliance between weed and pest districts. That has happened. We have two major collaboratives operating in the state right now. One is called the Northeast Invasive Grasses Working Group. The other is in the western side of the state, which is Teton, Lincoln, Sublette, Sweetwater, and Uinta counties. They meet together regularly and allocate or decide where the funding needs to go first. So as an example, in western Wyoming, Sublette County has a significant amount of funding that they've received through federal programs. Lincoln County had none. Lincoln County was the priority, and that was funded this year to address the Lincoln County portion. Next year, they're talking Sweetwater County. The same thing is happening in northeast Wyoming. So we're able to look at fairly large swaths of country and fairly significant amounts of money. So that's what the $11 million will do. The Northeast group was largely funded this year. Western Wyoming was partially funded this year. We now have collaboratives that are working in the eastern part of the state and in the southern part of the state as well. So that's what the $11 million request is for, is to fulfill those needs and address these invasive annuals while we still can get ahead of them. So if you have questions on that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer them.
Director Budd, so the language, correct me on that language, but the language was for invasive grasses, or was it invasive species? On that $9 million last year, and if it's specific and needs to be expanded, do we address that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that correction. Representative Larson, this is for invasive annual grasses. So it's cheatgrass, downy brome, medusa head, ventonata, which are incredibly pervasive, and once they come in, they'll create a complete monoculture, which leads to fire, which leads to drought, which leads to other circumstances. So this is directly focused on grasses.
And follow up, Mr. Chairman, and then on these collaborative efforts, which thank you for getting those established, could you tell us who some of the other participants are around that you're collaborating with?
Mr. Chairman, yes, these collaboratives are primarily local weed and pest districts that meet together, but they are augmented by federal agencies, so BLM, Forest Service, state lands. There's also participation from the University of Wyoming Extension Service, which has a very, very aggressive program to address annual grasses. Obviously, the Department of Agriculture, Game and Fish, all of the agencies that work in the natural resource realm are part of that, but it's led by the local weed and pest districts, which we believe is why it's effective, is that you're getting it closer to where people know what they need on the ground, they know who the partners and the players are. That's a much more effective model than if we tried to do it from WWNRT allocating it out, or even Game and Fish or any other agency.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Director, so what I'm hearing, one of the big questions it seemed that we were talking about last year when we were funding this was, are you leveraging enough? Are you getting enough leverage out there with all the other agencies, with all the other groups? What I'm hearing you say is that you feel like you're doing that. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drew, yes, across the board, the leverage is good. Now, if you look at Niobrara County, which we just funded a cheatgrass project there, there's no leverage. I mean, you know what their taxable valuation is, and they have, I think, a 1 or 2 mil levy on that for funding weed and pest, and that's all weed and pest. So we're not gonna get 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 in Niobrara County. Sublette County, on the other hand, where they've got a partners program with the federal agencies, they have a Joint Chiefs grant that came through NRCS and the Forest Service. Their leverage is about 10 to 1. Carbon County this year, the one that grants that we did down there, those are leveraged at 20 to 1 with federal funding primarily. So across the board, the leverage is there, but you can pick any isolated, particularly smaller counties with a lower tax base, they're not gonna be there. And so the beauty of the collaboratives is, and again, as an example, Sublette County said, look, we've got all this money that we have here. Lincoln, you don't have that. You need to get the money from WWNRT so that we can address your issue at the same time we're doing ours. And that's what's, I think, it was envisioned nearly 6 or 8 years ago, and it's happening. And the same thing is happening. It's the meeting we held up in Buffalo with the Northeast group. All of them were there. One county couldn't be there, but the other counties spoke for that county, said, we've got them covered. Here's their request. They'll get this portion to address these acres. The mapping is better because you're able to map using drones, using aerial and other things. So it's much more effective because we're actually addressing areas where we have a problem and not just scattergunning out there and saying, well, let's just go out and do what we think is right. So it's been very effective.
Follow up, Mr. So might be helpful, and I know, I guess I'll take a break here and say, I do know your staff size and your staff resources, just in case anybody's wondering, the whole staff is here, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Hillary is actually sick. Somebody asked what she had, and I said a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. But Barb is actually A&I staff, so.
Oh, so you got a loaner today.
So half of the staff is here, and it's the weaker half.
So the question is, and I, like I say, not to make work for you, but it might be helpful to have kind of a one-pager on the total number when all these leverage dollars are there. I know you've got all that information together, and just be able to shoot it to the committee, so that way we can see, because it is a big ask, and it's a big dollar amount. The problem's big, but there's a lot of resources going towards it. And so I think just to show that this money's out there, it's being used effectively, and the leverage portion, I think would be helpful.
Great. Mr. Chairman, I'll get that to you, and I will get into that and we get into this fire portion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year during these hearings, we had a discussion about using game and fish dollars to augment some of these efforts. Can you enlighten us on how the Game and Fish is partnering and participating on these efforts?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative Walters. Game and fish funds are used as an example on their units, their hunter management areas and those. They are the primary funder in many cases of the invasive efforts. In many cases, the Game and Fish Department may be the applicant for these treatments because they have the manpower and the people in place to do it. So we get a lot of match from them on the ground in kind as well as in cash. The beauty of what this program does is it blends multiple sources of funding. And then it picks who is best suited to go out on the ground and do it. So a great example, and I think, thank you for bringing this up, on a wildlife habitat management area that's managed by Game and Fish. They know every inch of it. They're the best suited to go out and do that treatment many times. So they'll do it, but it's Weed and Pest that's supplying the chemical. We may be supplying some of the funding for the application, but they would do it. You may have an adjacent piece of ground where Weed and Pest District is the best suited to do it. You may have conservation districts that are best suited. So the collaboratives that are built out of these kinds of grant programs put the best people in the best place, and it's more efficient economically and more efficient ecologically.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator, please.
Mr. Chairman, This 11 million will go to the local weed and pest and the people that you're saying is best suited for. What sort of solutions do they have for invasive grasses? Is it just spraying, or is there other things they're doing?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, the reason we're so aggressive right now is because there is a new chemical application that has shown to be very effective on these invasive annual grasses. Historically, we used a chemical called Plateau. Plateau would knock it back for a year or two, then you'd come back and retreat, and in that retreat, a lot of times it impacted your native forage. So it actually didn't work. The new chemical, Invasive, is very effective on invasive annuals. But you've got to be careful with it in the sense that and when we dealt with the fires this year, people said, let's go spray right now. What it does is precludes germination of plants. So you don't want to go spray right now because you want your natives to come and see what you've got before you go and treat. But that was a game changer for us, and the effects of using that chemical are major. That's the primary avenue. Clearly, management after you've treated is also a piece of that. And so as you look at treatment, landowners and others look at, okay, what is the best way for me to get rid of the problem and then maintain the desirable species I want? So you'll see management shifts. The other beauty of using the new chemical is that it's very forgiving. You can use it almost any time of year. The older ones, you had to apply in a window of about 6 weeks in the fall, or it wasn't effective. So we're learning a lot, but we've had tremendous results using Rejuvra, which is the Invasive.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed. Go ahead.
Director Budd, going kind of back to Senator Guru's conversation on leveraging funds, and we're getting some federal dollars and some, a lot of different dollars that are matching with that. In your explanation, though, as you look at the state as a whole, it appears that those matching dollars from other sources, including Department of Interior, Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, have been very helpful in using those federal funds because it's freed up state funds to use, for example, on the eastern side of the state, where they don't have a tax base, where we have to fund more of the cost of spraying these invasive species.
Right.
Using those other dollars have helped us mitigate those problems on that side of the state by using those federal dollars on the other parts of the state.
Mr. Chairman, I could not have said that better myself. That's exactly right.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, yeah. Representative Henderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Director Budd, a question that I had, so obviously 11 million going in for invasive grasses, is that directly, I mean, obviously hundreds of thousands of acres burned this year. That is a concern, you mentioned that, but I mean, are we kind of boistering up in anticipation for addressing that, or is that gonna be in the fire asks? And then the second question, after we do this spraying, which I'm super excited to hear that we've got another option, that's awesome. Are we reseeding at all? Are we bringing in those natives back that have been choked out by these invasives? Anyways, 2 questions, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haraldson, let me answer the second question first. The answer is it depends. If you've had a complete monoculture of cheatgrass as an example, and there is no native understory, you about have to reseed. That is usually not the case. We are not at the point where you see in the state of Nevada or southern Idaho where they've dealt with this for 50, 60 years and they've got complete monocultures. They've got a fire cycle of every 3 years. It's relatively new here. And so we do have the understory. I think that's it depends thing. The first part of the question, the 11 million is not for fire. The 11 million is to meet the demands in the areas where we are treating these invasives so we don't get fire. So if you look at western Wyoming as an example, we didn't have a lot of fire activity over there, particularly not in grasslands or in sagebrush steppe. Treating these invasive annuals now actually precludes fire going through there because they don't dry out in May and early June and create a fuel source. So the money that's asked for relative to fire is specific to fire. This is to continue the ongoing program independent of the fire.
Clarify, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is basically, we've already had the program in place. We're going to continue with the program. So the fire money, and I know you're getting to it, that is going to address grasses as well, that disruption that we saw of that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Ready?
Yep.
So let me, on the fire issue, and I was able to listen to most of your conversation on Monday. I had a funeral I had to attend, so I didn't get all of it. But Wyoming is one of 5 western states without any kind of a disaster recovery program. We had a disaster this year. When you look at the number of acres that burned in eastern Wyoming, that is compounded by the fact that normally when we have wildfire, it's got a sizable percentage of that is on public lands, oftentimes Forest Service, sometimes BLM. They have programs in place, BAER funds, BAER, which is Burned Area Ecological Recovery, I believe, that come in and can address that. That isn't the issue here. The vast majority of the lands that burned in northern and eastern Wyoming are on private lands. The impacts are massive. There are things like and I'm not talking about impacts to housing and building and structures. There are other agencies that may be able to deal with that. There's insurance for that. But you talk about the miles of fence that have burned up. And if you haven't seen a fence after a fire, basically it just makes the wire brittle. You can walk out and snap it. They don't work anymore. So if a cow runs into it or a deer jumps, it snap, snap, snap. The posts burn off. It'll do the same thing with a steel post to where they will snap. We have hundreds of miles of fence that will need to be replaced. In addition to that, you have areas that will, because invasive annual grasses, that they behave just like they're created to behave. The wind blows, they land on the ground, they love bare ground, especially if it's a little warmer, and they germinate before native grasses.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On that topic, is there any education related to landowners mowing the native prairie grasses in order to prevent invasive species from landing and taking root and becoming difficult to manage?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, I don't know of much mowing that has been done in this part of the world. They do that in southern Missouri. They do that some in Kansas.
What about southeast Wyoming, particularly Laramie County or my district?
Mr. Chairman, most years the mowing is done by a cow. And that's the management that most people have. Now, if it's a managed system where you have a rotational grazing system, you'll have patches that didn't get grazed, and there may be a bit of a risk of fire. But ecologically, if you go back and look at how these systems worked, they were managed between fire and grazing. If they were grazed, they wouldn't burn. If they weren't, they would. And the next year, the animals would be attracted to the one that burned, and they would graze that first, and you had that going on. But I don't think there's a lot of mowing involved. Yeah.
I just want to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I just want to follow up on something you said, because I hear this a lot, and people who don't know, and I'm looking at myself here when I say this. So I might be driving down the road and see an area that's been burned, and I see a fence, but because it looks like the fire moved fairly quickly through the area, it may not appear to me, someone that doesn't know nothing about nothing, that that fence is fine. It looks like, whoa, I'm standing right up, it's all there. But what I heard you say is that through that heat, intense heat that goes through there, makes it so brittle that when you turn cattle back onto it, the first one that hits it's just gonna tear it down. Did I get that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you.
So the other casualties we're trying to address are the loss of, or the invasive annuals that can come in as I've started. That's something that we can deal with ahead of time, be proactive and address that. And then finally, there are areas that burn so hot that it's going to require a restorative approach. You're going to have to reclaim those lands in order to not have invasives, in order to have the economic production that we have from the agricultural sector and to maintain the wildlife habitat. So how did we figure out, where did the numbers that led to the 130 million come from? I know that was a question people asked. We took the actual miles of fence and water lines that were impacted in the counties that had that inventory done. Johnson County has done that. There is a fairly extensive inventory, I have it here, and I'm happy to share it, of how much fence was destroyed. And in that case, it was 610 miles in Johnson County in that one fire. I used that and extrapolated that then to the number of acres that burned. So it gave you a factor, 610 miles for, I believe it was 100 and, let me find it. So 610 miles in 151,000 acres, and then used that ratio and applied it to the 587,000 total acre, or 500 plus total acres that were accounted for in the fire. The figures on fire are actual figures that we got from forestry. They're not just an estimate, they are their actual numbers. So we used that to figure out what it's gonna take for fence replacement at $20,000 a mile, which is the current rate. Secondly, we took the actual acres burned and then applied a percentage estimate of how many of those would be affected by invasives. We did the same thing using an estimate of what would be required for restoration. Some of those will be both on the same acre. Some will need restoration without invasives. Some will need invasives without restoration, depending on how that fire behaved.
So Bob, I presume that you have all of this down in something that we can actually see and hold in our hand and
Yes.
evaluate.
Mr. Chairman, we do, and it's in the governor's letter. There's an explanation of it, but we will get you that and be able to show you. I'll get a better write-up, probably a fairly detailed look. In addition, AML went and analyzed the fire in Johnson County using remote sensing and looked at areas that burned hot, areas that burned moderate, and areas that burned light. So we have an idea there of where we're gonna need restoration, where we're gonna need just invasives, and where we'll actually see improvement because of the fire. And let's be honest about that. There are gonna be a lot of places where these fires did good, and it's gonna be better than it was. But there are a lot that is not the case.
And so with that report that you're putting together, I think we're going to need maps and just kind of a walkthrough of the whole rationale of how you get from A to Z.
Absolutely.
Right.
We can do that. Now, the mapping isn't all done. As you know, it takes a while to get to your head around all of this. And so a lot of these are estimates, and be very honest about that. They're our best guess as to what it might take. They're low. They're not, if you take the best guess simply on restoration alone, people have used numbers like $400 an acre. Seed alone costs $400 an acre if you're using native seed. So
The ground's probably worth $120 an acre.
that's part of the problem. But if it goes to bare ground, the casualty or the risk to the state becomes even greater. So I used actual figures from the oil and gas industry and the mining industry. We've done a fairly comprehensive look at restoration reclamation in the last couple of years. Their numbers, I used 1,500 an acre, which everybody kind of went, that's probably a little low. But I think in many cases here, it's a different scenario. You're not taking the topsoil off. The topsoil is still there. In many cases, it's healthy, it's fine. In areas where you burn to mineral soil, you probably got to look at soil augmentation. You've got to look at a lot of other things, including seeding. So there are going to be cases. I looked at one case just in the last 2 weeks. It cost them $10,000 an acre to reclaim a well pad just because of the way it was done, the conditions that they were trying to do it in, and the number of times they had to do it. I don't anticipate.
But honestly, Bob, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's for strip mining or for well pad replacement. It's not for replacing 600,000 acres. So the idea that we're going to go in and augment that 600,000 acres, it's just not going to happen. Nature can do it a lot faster than we can and a lot cheaper than we can.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that, but there are going to be areas that are going to need that kind of remediation. So that's what I was trying to give you is why we used the number we did. It's not 400, it's not 10,000. It's probably closer to 1,500 an acre in those cases where you're actually doing restoration. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, is this, are there areas, Bob, that are scorched earth? And do you treat that differently than a light burn?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, yes is the answer. Now, I think we're relatively fortunate in most of the cases in northeast Wyoming that the fires move fast. They had a lot of wind behind them. So you're not going to have a lot of areas that are scorched earth, if you will. Where you usually get that is in areas where you have a little bit deeper soils and you had a higher amount of vegetation where the fire got in and sat down. But I think I would probably defer to Forrester Norris to answer, how much of that's out there. But there will be some areas where it is going to take a greater amount of restoration. So the other question that I understood was process. And what we've done since the fires, we created a steering committee at the state level, which includes the Department of Agriculture, Game and Fish, State Lands, Forestry, Homeland Security, Department of Transportation, DEQ, Weed and Pest, and the Governor's Office and WWNRT. We started meeting a couple months ago to look at what might be needed to get ahead of this problem. That group would continue to work to develop guidelines for where and how the money would be allocated. It would be, as I talked to the governor, be happy to add a representative from the legislature, from this committee, if that was something that you would like to do. We also have outreach and are working with Extension, with the county weed and pest districts, with county conservation districts and others to try and get a good handle on where we are. The concept is not that these would be individual grants to individual landowners or to individuals, but that this would be a pass-through that would go just like we've done with some of the other collaboratives we've done. So for instance, if Sheridan County Weed and Pest came in and said, we are going to address Medusa Head and Vent Nada, which they're professionals at, they're already doing, and we have documented that we have X number of acres that need to be treated as a result of the fires, then we would pass that money to Weed and Pest to administer and deal with it. If, for instance, fencing was the issue and Johnson County, the Conservation District, came in and said, we're willing to take signups and validate that there was an impact to fence from these landowners and we'll administer it, that would be a pass-through that we would propose to do. Any grant that would be given would be supplemental to or after federal monies are exhausted. So this is not to replace federal disaster programs or federal aid programs, but what we do know is that there's not enough in those to address everything. So it's trying to put a little level of fairness out there. If I'm in Campbell County and the federal dollars come in and they're exhausted, I'm the next guy in line, how is that fair? That's what I think there's a certain amount of fairness there. The administration would be very similar to what we currently do, we being the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, with the JIO program, Joint Interagency Office Program, similar to what we've done with Rocky Mountain Power on their mitigation funds, similar to what we've done with Shell Oil years ago in the Farson Enhancement Project. So we would set it up. The contract would be between the state through WWNRT and the administrating entity, which would be likely a conservation district, weed and pest district. It could be an NGO, could be the county, but go ahead, Senator.
So, Director Budd, we see that this is appropriated continuously, and in my mind, that says we give it to you and you use it till it's gone. But is your intent that this would be a request that you continue to have funded in the event that there are other disasters in the future? And I ask that based on your comments that we're one of only 5 states that don't have such a fund. So I have a follow-up, but if you could maybe get us how you see the structure of this moving forward is.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's probably way out of my lane to be trying to do something like that. I see this as a one-time to address the fires that we had in 2024. Beyond that, I think that's a question for the legislature and the governor to talk about whether you want to create some kind of a disaster fund or go there. This is, to me, this is just to deal with the issue we have on the table today.
So then follow up, Mr. Chairman, as your working group has met, I'm interested in the conversations you've had to say what's the role of the state in providing resources to the private sector in the event of a disaster that could arguably be said is the cost of doing business in that particular industry. Because I think we have to get our head around that a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we've had numerous conversations about that. And I think that where it ultimately comes down is when you look at it and say, what is in the interest of the public? What are the parts of this that fulfill a public obligation? That could be wildlife habitat. That could be any number of things. If you want to tie it to scenic vistas, you want to tie it to clean water, you want to tie it to clean air, all of those things that tie back in there. It is certainly not intended to be a welfare program for people to come in and get paid 100% of whatever is out there. But it is a crisis and it is a disaster. And there's not insurance against it. In some cases, the costs are going to be enough that people will be out of business. One of the other questions that was raised was, well, could we do this as a loan program? My experience, and I go back to the 1980s when we had loan programs with interest rates at 14%, and many, many families that I knew that were bankrupted by that. It was a hold out hope thing. In some cases, people will choose not to participate. But if you look at fencing as an example, a fence oftentimes is between 5, 6, 7 different neighbors. You know, that fence extends on and that is a management tool. Is that a benefit to the public? Yes, if it's allowing management. Is it a benefit to the individual? Yeah, probably. Where does that shake out? I think that's what the steering committee has to sit down and sort out and say what's fair and how much of that would the state bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so there's also an argument to say that no fences are better for wildlife, right, which is a public benefit. And so I just think that and so then when you look at the industries involved and you talk about fairness, is this equitable across the state because we certainly don't provide these types of programs for a lot of the other industries, and so why is this equitable? And interested on that conversation.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, a lot of times other industries either have the capacity to insure. I don't know that that's always true, but there are other programs. If you look at critical infrastructure, there are programs that address that, and that's not this. This is an ecological disaster that we're dealing with. Yeah, as I said earlier, on the western side of the state, a lot of times you have funds that come from federal. This case, you're going to have some federal funds, but the scope and the scale of these fires is unprecedented. We haven't had this number of acres burn in our state on private and state lands, I don't believe ever.
Thank you.
Yep. So the other piece that people asked about was accountability. The accountability is similar to the way we do things now. There's a contract between whoever's going to apply the benefit on the ground and the state. That accountability would come back. I would point out that we had an audit last year of WWNRT. It was a no-finding audit, which stunned the Department of Audit. They said they rarely had those, that the checks and balances, the accountability that's built into the way we do it actually works and has now been implemented in other areas. So I think the accountability is there. Lastly, the question is, why would it be WWNRT? The answer, I think, largely is answered in the fact that we're looking at a pass-through where we have partners that actually do the work on the ground. But the reasons, other reasons would be, we do have an effective system in place. It's fairly simple. It's elegant, but it works very well through the contract process. We also have existing relationships with all these partners. There's 140 different entities that we've done projects with. We know them, we know how they work, they know us. We have the ability to go out and put those collaboratives together. That's one of the strengths of the program. That's what we do. That is our job. And it would not require any additional personnel. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that.
Let me follow up on that a little bit, Bob. That process that you have is relatively expensive because you're hiring contractors to come in and do all the work. And you have the plan put together and someone comes in and do it, but the folks you work with. If you take the average rancher, most of them, if they can, want to be part of it, and they want to help build their own fence, number one. And they don't want to be told how to do it or where to do it. And they don't want a bunch of contractors running around on their property, taking down and putting up fences, I presume. I mean, I wouldn't. But also, everyone knows that that would cost 5 times more than doing it yourself. And so then how do you put that on, overlay it on the private ownership, plus the obligations that you take care of your own property as best as you can. This isn't going to be fork out of money for your contractors to go fix somebody's fence because the money won't last very long. So just help me understand what you're talking about, because those, to me, they're really different things.
Mr. Chairman, fencing is a good example to use. We do numerous fence modifications and numerous fence replacement projects right now around the state, primarily to allow wildlife passage. It depends on the landowner. Some landowners want to do it themselves and they want the materials provided. The vast majority of them prefer that it be done and that there be a contractor that comes in and does that modification. Either way works. I
So
think that's
when you do that now, what does that cost per mile if you're replacing an entire fence?
right now. Cost per mile right now is, what did I tell you, 10,000?
You said 20.
20, sorry, yes, 20,000, $4 a foot. So that's if you do, that's complete replacement or complete new build, that's what that cost is. There's a contractor cost in there. If you look at materials cost, it's probably, it's half that maybe, if you look at materials. A lot of the projects that we do will provide materials, particularly with the federal agencies. We provide the materials, they hire the labor. There's any number of permutations that could occur. I think one of the things the steering committee has to do is sit down and figure out what is the appropriate fit. Is the appropriate fit that we provide materials or we provide a cost share for materials and figure that out. This has happened recently enough. I don't think we have that answered. But if we don't have any funding to go out and try and address this, then there's no sense in trying to create a system or a formula for how it's allocated. And that's part of where I think we've got the cart a little ahead of the horse maybe, but that's something that I think that steering committee needs to do. And we need to have input from county government. We need to have input from landowners. I know they're talking about that at Stock Growers in Casper today. We haven't had that opportunity yet.
Go ahead.
Director Budd and I really appreciate your last comments. I know that it's a plan in development in that, but in talking to some of my colleagues that dealt a little bit with some of the programs that in other disasters and particularly on fencing, maybe sometimes they don't like the federal programs because of the requirements placed on the type of fence that they replace with. And so do you anticipate for the greater public good and for wildlife, and a lot of the work that you do is replacing restrictive fences for more wildlife-friendly fences. So if there's a grant to replace fences, do you anticipate a requirement on the type of fence that has to be replaced if we're going to do that for the greater good of the public, or how do you envision that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's a great question. I personally do not envision a requirement on anything. I think where a lot of programs fail is they put a requirement on, and what happens is I can choose whether I want to follow that requirement or not. Now, there are recommendations, and we've had tremendous success in Campbell County, as an example. Representative Angelos and I went out and looked at a project out there that they're thrilled with the fence design that they ended up with. They thought they wouldn't be, but those are recommendations. If you choose to do something different, then perhaps that probably doesn't fit. But I don't know that I would say a requirement. It's a different situation, one that's come up since this fire. You have people who are in the sheep business that may want to replace woven wire with a 5-wire fence. NRCS standards are a 4-wire fence. Well, the benefit to wildlife is significant going from woven to a 5-wire fence. Would we deny that because there's one extra wire? I think when you start putting requirements on design that you can't deal with what the local situations or circumstances are, and I'm firmly a believer that most people want to do the right thing and will do the right thing, given the ability to do it.
Thank you, and follow up, Mr. Chairman. The reason I ask that, I'm frankly agnostic on that, but working with your agency, we see a lot of times in order to get the WWNRT funding, there are requirements. And so that's not a new concept that in order to get this project done, you had to do A, B, and C. And so I'm just, as I reflect back on past interaction with you, that there are some conditions that are associated with getting some of these grants. I guess I'm just kind of carrying that thought process forward as you contemplate how this would look. And so that's a little bit why I'm asking that, but you're saying you would perhaps abandon that idea that governs you in the WWNRT and just take away any of those restrictions.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, let me clarify that. There are requirements on some of the fence work that we have funded. They are not our requirements. They're NRCS or federal requirements that landowner agrees to. We agree to help fund that project, but we do not have requirements for landowners for fencing.
Well, but, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, further questions? Please, Representative Angelos.
Chairman, Director Budd, this was in my own district, so I'm a little bit familiar, but I wanted to know, has there been any, I don't want to say data taken on how many fences have already been replaced? I know there was quite an effort for donated supplies, and a lot of people in my own area have taken advantage of that or have been gifted that. Another thing would be who's taken advantage of the FSA. So those would be my questions. Do we have a count on fencing that's already been replaced?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. No, we do not have that figure at this time. That's again, when I said we got the cart ahead of the horse a little at times here, we're trying to get all this gathered up as quickly as we can. We're trying to be able to have a map that says, here's an area, this is how it burned hot, this did that. We don't have that. This is a marker that we're saying, we think we know we've got a problem. We need to figure out how to address it. And the timing on when it happens, we have no control over that. So we don't have that, Representative, and I anticipate we'll get it. The other part had to do with FSA and NRCS, and we don't yet know how much resource they're going to have. Director Miyamoto has been working on that with the federal partners. We're hoping to have that soon. There are numerous programs, and the other is that the budget office and the grants division over there has built a dashboard, Kevin, that looks at different grant sources. And most importantly of what they're doing is it looks at different grant sources and then looks at, if I get a grant from this entity that disqualifies me from 5 other entities, do I really want to take that grant? Or if I get a loan through FSA, does that then preclude me from getting funding from NRCS? And the federal programs are honestly sometimes a nightmare to negotiate Because if you sign up for the first one you see, it may take you out of the mix on something that's better. So we're trying to get a handle on that as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just a quick concept here to just plant the seed. Any conversation about reversions of unused funds, recognizing that we're trying to provide solutions where we don't have all the data, but making sure money's available so that there's a remedy. So the concept associated with unused funds, if a landowner had access to other funding, that money that we appropriate for this purpose that's unused can revert back. Do you want to just briefly talk about that concept?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, I think you and I are seeing this exactly the same way, that we would have a pool of money. We're going to figure out how that would be allocated and looking at fairness, looking at not private inurement, all of those issues. These are very complex situations, as you know, and as Representative Larson referred to as a past member of the Select Committee. There's a lot to sort out, but absolutely, I think that would be a portion of it would be if you qualify and they run out of money. But if you do qualify and get it, then you're not going to get it twice, or you're not going to, it would be a reversion. And the continuous appropriation, I think, was to give us time to deal with the next year or two. I'm not totally hung up on that. The problem is, by the time we know a lot of this stuff on restoration and on invasives, we're going to be well into that next year. And so then you're looking at the end of a biennium and you have that all in there. So I think that's the reason that was continuously appropriated. But I absolutely on the same page with you. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, further questions? So, just from outside looking in, Bob, your steering committee sounds like a who's who on government agencies, primarily, if only government agencies as a practical matter.
Right.
Whereas it would seem to me that a steering committee that wants to do this ought to be primarily private industries, if that's what it's for, and that's who's going to receive the money primarily. And those ought to be the decision makers, because at least in my neck of the woods, the government agencies that you have on your steering committee are kind of, for a lot of the private industry, considered the driftwood of Wyoming. And that's what we want to reduce in the size of government, and who's running whose show, and who's deciding who gets what. And so it's government from the top down versus working with individuals and having them put together a working group to figure out what's really needed. So just your feedback on that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with some of that. This steering committee was put together because that's who was available at the time after the fires. I mean, and these were people that, if you look across the board, Kelly Norris has a massive amount of expertise in fire suppression, prevention, asking what carries through there, has relationships with the U.S. Forest Service. The Department of Ag has expertise in all of the programs that are administered by USDA. Homeland Security has programs and matching requirements over there. So we got the people who deal with these together. I completely agree that it would be ideal to do it like we do the sage grouse implementation team and bring in representation from other areas. I will tell you, it's an interesting, I just was involved in a dust up in New Mexico with a deal that was, as you said, run by the people who were affected. And they created a steering committee of 5 people, all of whom were the beneficiaries of the funding that they were allocating. And I think that's not a good model. But I think the SIGIT model, the sage grouse model, is a good one where we've got representation from counties, from weed and pest districts, we do have that now, but that model probably is more effective. And I'm happy to help stand something like that up and get it going. But yeah, I think the hybrid is the one that works the best.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is probably more of a question for Mr. Hibbard. On the funding, I've been scratching my head trying to figure out why they would take the 28 million out of the PW, the reserve account, income, when that, I think we statutorily is inviolate with the intention of the investment income to be used differently than here, and why, and so why it was taken from here instead of out of the LSRA. If I could get some insight on that, it'd be very helpful.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Hibbert, the Director of the State Budget Department. I'll allow Director Bud to opine on the reason why he's using the investment income portion of that first, but I will also say that we have this as a general fund ask in the budget, and ultimately what happens is there will be a transfer from the LSRA to the general fund so we can count for it in the general fund side.
Mr. Chairman, follow up, I agree, and I just don't know why we didn't take the whole kit and caboodle out of the LSRA, and why there's this 28 million that comes out of the PMTF reserve account that we set up for a completely different objective, in that we put some side rails on it. So I'm just.
Mr. Chairman, that's an option of the legislature. If that's your desire, that's okay with us. But I also point out that we did something similar with the CAPCON, where we were making a transfer to the SIPA. And another, really good example in CAPCON is because we all have all those projects over there, and we have one fund, and we want to do all the accounting in one place rather than having accounting spread out to multiple places. So ultimately, it's your decision.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, when we're going through all the processes of trying to put together a profile, some years it's really convenient because it's not overly complicated. This particular year, we do have a complication about how, these are some big asks. There's no doubt about it. And when we looked at the balances of the permanent trust fund reserve account, it looked like it was going to be a little bit larger than we believe that it would be necessary. So we made that an analyst to say, what's the intent of the legislatures? How big do they want to have the permanent trust fund reserve account and the LSRA? So we just put that out there as an example of there's options for the legislature to decide how they ultimately want to fund whatever requests they have. And your request will ultimately be indicative of what the final answer is when you make your recommendations to the bodies of the Senate and the House. But there is cash available and a growing amounts of cash available in the permanent trust fund reserve account.
Thus the reason why we made it inviolate, so you wouldn't tap into it, or anybody else.
Just
And in
saying.
fact, they're not large enough yet, and exactly our legislation from the last several years. So the answer to your question is it's a political issue at the end of the day. Okay,
Mr. Co-Chair,
go ahead.
I'm late to the game here, but I do understand that it's a large amount of money, and I'm indifferent as to what account it comes from. The fires are just, I've been sharing the fires are just now out. I was on the phone with one of our county commissioners this morning. They're struggling to get their arms around all the damage. He said, he said 130 million, we're up to 5 million just on fences now. Trying to figure out who really needs to have something built, who doesn't. All the other damage that's been done. My wife and I haven't had the heart to drive up into the Bighorns. I mean, I grew up with those mountains. It's gonna be terrible to go up and see them burned, and the growth, they won't grow back in my lifetime. So I know it's a lot of money, and I know everybody is anxious to have all the details of exactly how, but as Director Bud said, this is gonna take a couple of years to sort out. So I won't be here, but I'm favorably inclined to the money and to understanding and trusting that the administration's gotta sort through all this detail, all the different sources of reimbursement, who really needs a fence rebuilt and who's just looking for a rebuilt fence. But it's the details will come. It's just too soon. It's just too soon on the tail of this disaster. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
You bet. Okay, anybody else? All right. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, reorganize.
How are we on YouTube? Okay. All right, we're back. And thanks to Co-Chair Bob Nicholas for running the meeting. It was my day to run the meeting, and I had a meeting that I had to be gone, and I appreciate Bob picking up for me. And so now we are at, where are we? Office of State Land and Investments. Jason, welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Floor is
Chairman.
yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, committee. My name is Jason Crowder. I'm the interim director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. With me, I'll make some introductions today. On my left is Kelly Norris, our state forester. On our right is Jennifer During. She's our assistant director over the Administrative Services Division. We also have some folks in the audience here, Jared DeLay, our Assistant State Forester over Fire Management, Chris Fallback, our Assistant Fire Management Officer, Sheila Esterholt, who's our Fire Business Officer, and Nathan Butler, who's our Conservation Program Manager out of Newcastle. Mr. Chairman, I know you wanted us to move quickly, but I have just a few items to update the committee on since the last time we met last year.
All right.
I think the largest one to update on is that Director Scoggin left us for greener pastures. She's back in private practice. She did that back in September. And so I'm doing my best to fill her shoes and sitting in front of you as the interim director. The next large update for you is that OSLI finalized awarding all of the, or the process for awarding all the ARPA funds on October 1st. That was through the Water and Sewer ARPA Grant Program, the Health and Human Services Capital Construction ARPA Program, the Local Government Project ARPA Program. That was all done pursuant to the federal guidelines provided by the U.S. Treasury, guidance from the legislature, and rules and regulations that were imposed by the State Loan and Investment Board. The office issued 178 separate grants that were approved by the SLIB, and that's over $268 million that was approved through those grants. We just completed an effort to see which of those entities or those projects were going to be able to utilize the funds, the full amount of funds within the very tight timeline that was given, and we've recognized that $11.7 million of that could be pulled back and redeployed for other projects. Obviously, the legislature gave that authority and that responsibility to the governor in the last session, so we provided that sum to him for redeployment. That sum, along with other funds from other state agencies, allowed the governor to redeploy over $27 million to previously approved water and sewer projects with the intent to not revert any money back to the federal government or as little as possible. We are now in the grant management process of ARPA. We are approving requests for payment and sending those payments out, and that's the normal grant process after approval. Mr.
Representative, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to note, because we used Beth Blackwell as a resource for the legislature, what she has done on all of that and her staff, we owe an incredible debt of gratitude for. Absolutely familiar. I think that she's put her personal life and a lot of other things on the line to make sure this got done, that this has been accomplished, and we just want her to know that that doesn't go unnoticed, and we're indeed grateful. Incredible, incredible work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that recognition. You're absolutely correct, and that was on top of all of the large workload that section already does, so thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, the last update I wanted to give is that we often talk about our internal computer system within the agency, our surface land asset management system. We've talked about how that has brought the agency into the 21st century. One of the most and largest enhancements we've made is to build a public portal. I wanted to report to the committee that that public portal went live on Monday. That portal allows for online lease application submission as well as payment submission, and it's already had great success. Since Monday, we've had over 50 users register for that public portal and are already accepting lease payments through it. So just wanted to give you that update that that's been somewhat of a long time coming because of change in development structure, but a very good thing that I think our users of state land will benefit from. Mr. Chairman, that moves us into our supplemental requests. We expected to not have any supplemental requests this year unless there was an emergency need. And unfortunately, in August, we began to recognize emergency needs and are now bringing you these 5 requests. The Office of State Lands and Investments is asking for your consideration of 5 supplemental requests. The amount of this request is $73,169,592, all of which is one-time funding request and can be found on page 17 of your budget book. We did provide a list of priorities on page 17 for you as well, but I'm going to run through the list of requests as they appear in your book and not by priority order, if that's all right with you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, the first request appears on page 22. It is property tax of state lands. This is the agency's priority 4 request. Mr. Chairman, on October 9th, in the case of the State of Wyoming versus Uena County Assessor, the Wyoming Supreme Court concluded that state-owned land leased to a private entity that uses the land for a private or commercial purpose is not primarily used for a governmental purpose and is not exempt from taxation under Wyoming statute. Because most state trust land is leased to private entities, and that use for land is private or commercial purpose, most state trust land will likely be determined not to be exempt from property tax. And while some leases contain a provision passing property taxes onto the lessee, grazing and agricultural leases and other types of commercial leases do not. As a result, the state, as the landowner, may be liable for any property tax assessed. The Department of Revenue has conducted an analysis of all state lands under the jurisdiction of the Board of Land Commissioners to estimate what the taxes owed may be. This analysis was done with the understanding that some uses of state land may already be subject to property tax, and as I said, that some leases on state lands have a provision passing any tax burden onto the lessee. The Department of Revenue's initial estimate of the tax owed by the state is currently $3 million, and that's based on an assumption of ag use on all lands under that jurisdiction of the Board of Land Commissioners, without any consideration of any other use. As the county assessors begin their review of all state lands in their respective counties, there will be cases where we have to answer how to assess stacked uses, that's grazing and agricultural with a commercial use on top of the same acre. Does all the land used for agricultural purposes actually meet the 4 criteria required to receive the ag deduction? What will the assessment look like for lands used for commercial purposes? And finally, how to assess vacant lands like those in the very valuable area of Teton County. How will that work? Again, the Supreme Court has indicated that there is not an exemption of property tax owed under Wyoming statute, and therefore without an exemption, tax is owed. And tax on state land that is used for private and commercial purposes is owed. I'll also note that both the Joint Agricultural Committee and the Joint Revenue Committee have taken up bills to look at an exemption. And if those pass the legislature, then this request won't be needed. But without that exemption, we will be subject to that tax. Mr. Chairman, I just note that the governor has approved this request and further recommended it to be a one-time appropriation. With that, I'd stand for any questions or can move on.
Questions? Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the state appealing that decision at all? And the reason I ask is because the public land or state lands are for the public benefit to the schools. And if they're being leased, that means they're generating revenue for the schools. So wouldn't that be a public benefit, and wouldn't it be worthy of maybe that argument? I'm sure that argument was made multiple times, but is there an appeal, and what are your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, it's a great question. That is the message that we delivered through all of the appeal process that was available to us, starting at the county level Board of Equalization, all the way up to the Supreme Court. This is the final decision delivered by the Supreme Court, and I don't think we have an ability to appeal it any further.
Follow-up?
No, thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Interim Director Crowder, I'm curious, did your office have any discussions about creating an offset in either the block grant or distributions to cities, towns, and counties?
Mr. Chairman, President Bear, we haven't been able to go through that process yet. This is a relatively new October Supreme Court decision. Wrapping our arms around what the total assessment can be and where those funds should come from is a very complex situation. especially understanding how each county's mills are developed in a little different way. So that is something that we need to look at going forward as we move through this process.
Follow-up, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Jason, or again, Kevin, on page 22, where it talks about 14% coming out of 6307 other public sources, what fund or proportion fund should be used in that?
Mr. Chairman, in our process of analyzing this, we determined where the revenue would ultimately land that would be taxed and then create income. So netting it back to zero. So in this case, we identified 86% of it from the school foundation program. They're going to get additional revenue. We're taking that in this case. And then on the $420,000, that is subject to what is in the state of Wyoming's control in the sales tax, not hospital districts, fire districts, and those things that we don't have access to intercept. It's just those ones on the sales tax that the state of Wyoming is in position to intercept. So it would still be a net to zero, except for the hospital, fire, et cetera, districts.
Okay. So, but
Please.
Mr. Chairman, just clarify a little bit, because those are state leases that will all be coming back to us, OSLI, right?
Mr. Chairman, can you ask the question again, Representative Larson?
Well, so we're talking about state lands that OSLI are responsible for, and so those payments to those, from those lessees all come back to this agency, correct?
Yes, it's the land in Wyoming that they manage.
Right, and then they would be able to identify if they're school lands or other state lands.
Which we have done.
Right, and then on the other state lands, which this 14% is indicated by, you would then determine what funds by source of revenue you would take that from.
That's correct. What's in our ability to intercept, and we know that the hospital, fire districts, and that kind of stuff, we're not positioned to do that.
Just making sure I understood that correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Excuse me, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Crowder, you indicated that if the bills pass this session, that the need for the appropriation concerning the assessment for taxes may not be needed, but that bill, those bills, are they retroactive? Or are they effective July 1st? And therefore, there would be this potential gap of when that exemption would go into effect versus when you would be required to pay those.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, you're correct. I believe that it's the intent of both of those committees that that exemption would apply for the 2025 tax year. We also believe that the Supreme Court ruling applies to just the 2025 tax year going forward and not anything before that.
So, Mr. Chairman, to follow up, I think your position that is that the legal opinion you've been provided, that legal opinion only applies to the 2025 tax year?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, I don't know that we have another interpretation that's been provided to us. It is a relatively new decision in October. County assessors have already done their work for the 2024 tax year for assessment, haven't assessed state land in that effort. So there wouldn't be an assessment available to us until 2025, and that's when we expect the next round for this decision to apply to.
All right, thanks.
The Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That begs a follow-up question. If it's 2025 that we would have the assessment, then wouldn't it be late 2025 or 2026 when we would actually have a bill due for those property taxes based on this decision?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Barrett, you're correct. The assessors will start their work of assessing all state land under the guidance of the Supreme Court decision on January 1st. We are going to provide them with shape files of where all of our land is located and any information we can about the uses and those lessee information that we have at that time. They're going to do an enormous amount of work in the period of time between January 1st and April 1st when they're required to put out that first assessment. But it's my understanding the actual full bill is not due until November 15th, I believe. So at that time, at this present moment, when that full bill is provided or statement is provided to the lessees or provided to the state, we don't have funding to pay that. And if we don't have funding until the legislature meets again, we could be subject to the accruing interest that would come from non-payment of that tax bill at that time.
Mr. Co-Chair, follow-up, Representative Barron?
Yes, sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the November 10th deadline is if you choose to pay half at that time, and the normal due time would be April 15th or April 10th, something like that. So there would be no interest accrued until after that date. I believe we'll have a budget session that ends before that. Is that accurate?
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I apologize if I'm not answering your question specifically, and it's because we've not ever been assessed this. So I've not ever been put in this process to move forward through it and understand when the bills are coming. This is my general understanding of the situation, and as we move forward in the process, obviously, a lot of things are going to get cleared up this year. Timing of payment will be one of those.
Well, you want to learn quick, that assessment's going to come. It'll be $3 million. It'll say Jason Crowder, care of OSLI. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. And so, you know, typically when we have this type of situation, we'll make, the Appropriations Committee will make a suggestion that we fund the dollars but make it contingent only upon the failure of the two bills that come through. And so it's all contingent. I mean, the chances of us reversing this are almost perfect in the legislature. But we just have a catch-all out there in the budget that says, just in case those bills don't pass, that we take care of the problem. And so, I mean, we're kind of dancing around this issue, and that's usually how we take care of it. But the fact is that there's no way in the world that I can imagine that we're not going to pass those bills through the budgetary session. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you. Not to plow the work of the other committees here, and certainly we'll have the policy discussion in the legislature, but I'm just curious right now as we're on the topic of OSLI's position regarding the prudence of having the commercial lessee pay the taxes, as most commercial lessees would in any other commercial lease. So instead of the state paying the taxes, it would be the commercial lessee using the land for the commercial purpose. So is there an effort to modify your leases requiring the commercial lessee, the private entity, to pay the taxes for the benefit of being on state land, and therefore the state's not holding the bag, but we are collecting taxes?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Senator Nethercutt, yes. We actually provided the Board of Land Commissioners with a draft set of rules to provide that pass-through into the leases. Obviously, we have leases that are intact right now and active, and we don't have an ability to provide a new provision into them until that lease renews or there's some extension of that. So we'll have a timing weirdness. But with that weirdness, we also made the Board of Land Commissioners aware that they may be, or the state may be, on the hook for paying that until we're able to insert the provisions into the leases. What they decided to do at their most recent board meeting was to wait until the legislature took action or didn't take action. And depending on the outcome of the legislature, they would create rules around that to pass that on to the lessee or not, but make that policy decision at that time.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. Do the leases contain any mention of taxes and who's responsible?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercutt, some do. The majority of them do not. The majority of them just remain silent on property taxes. The one example where they do is most recently we've been able to develop a wind energy lease. That wind energy lease has a pass-through that that's provided within that lease document. But the majority of them do not.
Follow up?
I would consult legal counsel on your ability to collect that particular assessment. That's what I would do. Thanks.
All right. Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this discussion's worth kind of looking into and maybe having you expand further. If we are going to update these contracts, and obviously there'll be a time constraint there to get to all of them, but what is the recourse for the leasee when suddenly the contract changes from what they had anticipated when they signed it initially? Is there a risk of them backing out of these leases? And if I'm correct, I believe this is non-government uses, so these are leasers that are typically looking for profit, and obviously a new expense going to change that. So do you anticipate any difficulty with the lessees as you seek these new contracts?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, that's a great point. Absolutely. Any new cost or any new addition to the cost of a state lease will come at an impact to that user. We're not anticipating forcing this provision on any existing lease. We're not going to break a contract open just to provide the assessment in there. Our expectation, and again, this is a policy decision that the Board of Land Commissioners hasn't made yet, but the expectation is that as leases renew, when there's a break in the lease or any new leases, they would have that provision in there, and that the individual applying for that lease would recognize that additional expense that could come as being a lessee. But we're not anticipating forcing this on anybody who currently has a lease in place without an ability for us to renegotiate the terms of that lease.
Jason, can you pull the mic just a little bit closer? Follow up, Representative
Mr.
Bear,
Chairman.
and then Representative Larson.
Follow up. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So based on that, we shouldn't anticipate anywhere near $3 million in leasee payments for these property taxes in the near future. So have you looked at the repetitiveness or the urgency or the schedule, if you will, that these are going to be coming up for a new contract? And are we anticipating half of them by this April 15th of 2026, or is it a quarter? Do you have an idea of what number that would be?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, like I mentioned before, the leases that already have the provision of the pass-through, that situation is already there. So if we're assessed a tax, that will go to the lessee, and they're already expecting that payment. We have grazing and agricultural leases that are on 10-year cycles. Some are renewing right now, and in fact, all of those have already been applied for without the knowledge or the expectation that they would be responsible for this tax. So it is part of the Board of Land Commissioners' discussion. If you apply for a lease without this knowledge, should you still be subject to it, or should that be something that the board and the state bears? So in that time period, and just speaking to grazing and agricultural leases, we'll have 10 years of a cycle before we'll actually get all of them moved over to this, which means the heaviest burden will be on the state in the beginning, and we'll gradually move that off to the lessee. And that's why we, with the Department of Revenue, estimated the $3 million mark. And again, that is just an assumption that every acre is utilized for ag, that every acre qualifies for the ag deduction, meets those 4 criteria for the ag deduction, and that we haven't picked up the ball to talk about how do commercial uses apply to that? How does mineral apply to that? We're punting that for the time period and allowing the county assessors to do their work so that they can tell us how that should be assessed.
Follow up, Representative Larson.
Jason, is there a foul if you just take the taxes out of the existing revenue generated by the lease? I understand there's less revenue goes into schools or less revenue goes to wherever, but is that violate the constitutional requirements? Does it violate anything if you do that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think we're still looking into that. I think what we've provided today in this supplemental request kind of does that through a roundabout way. But I think we still need to fully flesh out what all of the assessments come in, how they impact the specific revenue streams that go to specific places and if there's a constitutional problem with that or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anyone else? How about the incoming committee, anything? Okay, well, before we cut you loose, I want to express my thanks to Kelly as well.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 more priorities.
Oh,
to get
do you?
through. Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
all right.
We're not done.
All right, then I'll just interrupt you.
All right.
I'll just interrupt you and say, I want to express my thanks to Kelly. I first met Kelly, I think it was like Earth Day 2007 or something, and she had a booth. And I didn't even know we had a state forestry division. And it was a lot of fun to learn about that then. And it's been a lot of fun to watch the progression of your career, and you're in a good place. And those email updates on the fire, I noted that they were coming in at all times of night and day. And so I knew that you were on the job, working hard, and it was very well appreciated. And it seemed like those fires were just never, ever going to end. They did, and now comes an even harder part, which is the cleanup. But I'm with Representative Larson. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, and they do go noticed. So thank you. All right, proceed, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That does segue nicely into the next 3 priorities. They're found on pages 27, 28, and 29 of your budget books. They're priorities 1, 2, and 3. The first is to increase general fund funding for the emergency fire suppression account, to repay the general fund fire borrowing loan, and to increase fire borrowing from the LSRA. And as you mentioned, we have State Forester Norris here to provide more detail of those requests.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Before I dive right into the 3 exception requests, I'd like to provide a real brief presentation to the committee about this year's wildfire season and give a little bit of background to the emergency fire suppression account, if that's okay. Okay, it has been a record year for wildfires in Wyoming. As of November 15th, we had over 2,021 fires that burned 850,000 acres, plus 83% of the fires reported were reported on state and private lands, with 70% of the total acres burned. This year, we have burned more acres than any other in recent history, only next to 1988, which burned the majority of those acres were in the greater Yellowstone area on federal lands. It is important to recognize that we had some of the largest historic fires in Wyoming's history on private and state lands this summer. And when fires burn large amounts of acres, the costs become much higher, as that amount of land needs to be monitored and then immediately repaired, and it's a huge workload. For example, as you heard, there was miles of fence, but there's over 100 miles of dozer lines that were needing to be repaired on many of these fires right away. So to understand the magnitude of this year, I provided you a list of every emergency fire suppression account approved wildfire and the estimated total amount of that fire, along with what we estimate Wyoming has obligated for each fire through cost-share agreements. The emergency fire suppression account was established by the Wyoming legislature in 1986. The program allows counties to join the EFSA by paying an annual due that is based on the county's assessments set in statutory provisions. Currently, all 23 counties participate in this account, and those 23 counties represent 70 fire districts and 100 fire departments. Participating counties may request financial assistance from the EFSA for qualifying fires that exceed the fire suppression capability of the county. Upon meeting the county floor costs on the first EFSA fire of the state fiscal year, additional suppression resources are paid upon approval by the state forester, who is the account administrator. This year, we had a total of 24 EFSA fires. In your handout is a flow chart that explains how fire suppression costs are incurred and then estimated and then paid for through a typical EFSA fire. 99% of the time, wildfires are caught within mutual aid agreement timeframes, and there are no costs incurred. Everyone goes home, there's no need to apply to an EFSA. If a fire starts to go beyond a mutual aid time period, and in many places that's 12, 24 hours, and the fire's incident commander needs further assistance, more resources are starting to be ordered in. You're ordering aviation, engines, hand crews, smoke busters, heavy equipment, sometimes even a team, a larger organization. At that time, that county fire warden will be contacting state forestry and looking to apply to the EFSA. State Forestry has an internal process as we take in that application and it's turned in, and then the state forester approves and notifies the county fire warden of that approval. To quickly walk you through how quickly costs build up on a fire that are not rapidly caught within a mutual period, I'll give you an example. So as resources are arriving, we have heavy equipment showing up from different contractors from around that area. We have engines coming in, hand crews. All of those resources don't come with their own food. So the fire is going to need to find a caterer. They're going to have to, or find a local business to make 3 meals a day for all of these firefighters. And as these firefighters keep coming in and we're relieving the county resources for 30, 40 hours, they need to sleep. And so we have to set up a camp, right? So with the camp comes porta potties, hand washing stations. You have to have trash picked up. These are all costs. We have land use agreements to pay the landowner for the grass that we're using in the camp. We have facilities. We have tents and trailers showing up, yurts. And then we have things like no gas stations on the border of Montana and Wyoming. So we got to get a fuel truck, because if we're going to have engines and we're going to have heavy equipment, we have to have diesel and we got to have fuel to continue to suppress this fire. So these are just some examples of the costs that we were incurring during these wildfires. Simple services of just having bathrooms, just having places to pick up trash, having fuel. In the meantime, while this fire is occurring, the agency administrators, we're going to connect and start talking about how we're going to split these costs between the agencies. If everyone is supporting these fires, and that was very typical this summer, we have a pretty defaulted cost share agreement, which is acres burned. And so what happens with that then is we can have a cost share that will include multiple fire districts. Elk Fire had 4 fire districts and the county. We'll have multiple federal agencies. You'll have BLM or Forest Service. And on some of these fires, we had multiple states that were signing these cost shares because we had fires go into Montana. And while we're having this fire going, we have a finance section that's connected when we show up with a team that's tracking all of these resources. And with that, it's a system called EI Suite. And EI Suite will be tracking all these resources and coming up with a cost estimate for that wildfire. We typically add a small buffer to this estimation because EI Suite isn't always going to have all resources like dispatchers or all the initial attack resources that are showing up may not be accounted for. But this is the estimate that we're using to figure out what are these costs, right? And then we take those costs and then we're going to split it between percent burned to acres. Once we have an estimated state cost for the fire, our process is then to obligate EFSA funds. So there's funding set aside to pay for all of these fire bills. Over the next several months, bills are going to start arriving to pay for these wildfires. Counties pay, and then they'll seek reimbursement from the EFSA, or they come directly to state forestry. So some of that can be our aviation costs. The counties can't pay for that first. So it's larger costs that are coming in directly to us. Federal agencies, they're paying for a ton of bills as well. In May, we try and have cost share meetings scheduled with all the entities that are involved with paying the bills for the wildfire. And we total up actual costs. So we're going to show up, the Forest Service is going to show up, we're going to have all these bills paid out, and then based on the cost share, we split out those costs. I do want to thank the Wyoming legislature for the great work that was done a few years ago to assist the counties with getting paid quicker through the Fire Protection Revolving Account, or what we call the 537 account. This is allowing state forestry to quickly pay those fire bills, get those moving, and it really has been helpful for the county fire districts across the state. Right now, all we can provide the committee are best estimates for total costs of these fires. State forestry, we have one fire finance position, and that position is to help process the fire billing for the entire state. This position is responsible for collecting, auditing, and processing every bill that is paid out of the EFSA or the fire revolving account. So let's take Sheridan County, for example. Sheridan County has one part-time fire warden. That current fire warden is tracking down all the paperwork for volunteer firefighter time, equipment, contractors, food bills for the Badger, the Deer Creek, the Remington, the Passaic, and the Elk fires right now. So currently, that part-time fire warden is working with 6 fire district chiefs, as well as Sheridan County Road and Bridge, to collect and verify each firefighter, every engine, every piece of equipment that was used on these EFSA fires. And so proper documentation for billing is required, and these are audited and approved through the county fire warden. About 2/3 of our counties either have a part-time or part-time volunteer fire warden, and that is their financial capacity to do the billing across their county. Once the bills arrive to state forestry, we audit them and verify the firefighter's position, the equipment paperwork. If there are any errors, they're sent back to the county to fix. If all the paperwork is correct, we send it on to accounting for processing. So this is a huge workload we have ahead of us this winter. Our end goal is that we will have final costs of these fires, hopefully by June. I think Elk Fire is going to be really difficult to get all the way through. That went into November almost. But with that, we're going to try and have that and be able to provide that actual requested actual costs, total breakdown that is going to get paid out of the EFSA by that time. We've been still dealing with fires since November. So we're going to get there. So these are estimates that I can provide you for right now. I do briefly want to address the Fire Management Assistance Grant, or the FMAG fires. If a wildfire is causing large evacuations, state forestry is tracking that really closely, and the state forester will apply to a Fire Management Assistance Grant. This year we had 4 FMAG fires. These fires received an approval date and time. At that time, when we get that approval, we get a one-time shot for this. And then we work with FEMA and we agree and negotiate on the end date and time. So within that approved time frame, the state of Wyoming can receive up to 75% of the reimbursement from their state responsibility suppression costs. An FMAG time period is not necessarily the entirety of the wildfire. For example, the Elk Fire had approximately 3 weeks that met the FMAG requirements, but that fire lasted much longer than 3 weeks. I think it was double that. So FMAG reimbursement requests cannot be sent in to FEMA until fire payment and cost shares are closed out. This means we cannot count on these funds to pay for next year's wildfires, as these funds will not be replenished in this biennium. The process takes anywhere from 3 to 5 years to complete. So looking at page 27, priority 1, this is the request to refill the emergency fire suppression account. The emergency fire suppression account started with approximately $38 million of unobligated funds to pay for wildfire suppression this fiscal year. Within a few months of this fiscal year, it became very apparent that Wyoming was having a very costly fire season. State Forestry has obligated $54.5 million for 24 EFSA fires so far this year. Because we obligated beyond the funds of the EFSA, a fire borrowing process had to occur. This makes refilling the EFSA account even more critical, as it will help to stop the additional need for fire borrowing. Refilling the account as soon as possible could be very helpful, as Wyoming could still have qualifying emergency fire suppression account fires next spring, prior to the next fiscal year. This did occur this year with the Happy Jack fire on March 1st. The $20 million amount that is being requested to refill the EFSA is based on a 6-year average cost of about $7 million per calendar year for a fire season. So that is what we've been typically averaging. So the account is a self-interest growing account. Additional funds are being put into this account, all 23 county dues annually. State Forestry's leftover budget after a biennium, and then when we receive the FMAG reimbursements. And so what you saw was, I think we had just received Mullen and Roosevelt, and that's why the account was higher. And with that, I just want to say the governor has approved this exception request, and with an effective date of April 1st, 2025, and I will open it up for questions.
Question, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Norris, again, as a little girl, you could have never anticipated that you'd be driving that ship, and way to go.
That was a ship.
Way to go. But on this fund, just historically, so we've got this current request as one time. Historically, that's the way we've done this, if I'm correct. And we've tried to keep a balance of about $20 million in that. And because we can't predict what the fire season is, we've just responded as we are in this event to replenish it and keep that balance at that level. Am my collection correct on that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the last time this was refilled during a budget session, it was 20 million that got put into it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is 20 million enough? I realize that's a lot of money, but knowing that you had almost 40 million in there, and you're requesting to put only half back, we could go through that very quickly and be borrowing, and really the chief executive doesn't have a lot of other options if this account and the borrowing authority, which you request to be repaid, but an increase slightly. Would you like this to be a larger amount just to make sure your bases are covered?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that is a good question. We requested 20 million based on a number of our average of 7 million a year. That 20 million should typically get us through one more year. But you're absolutely correct. If we have a fire season like we did this year, we will be going into borrowing. We did request, through our exception request, a little bit larger of a borrowing authority from 20 to 30 million, but we are recognizing there's a balance of how much there's a comfort of how much we want to put into this account. 30 million, 40 million, we felt the most conservative that we could ask for was 20 million at this time.
Representative Larson.
But Kelly, as you noted, some of those reimbursements from the expenditures of this fund are late in getting reimbursed. So are you anticipating, are there outstanding reimbursements that then would add to this 20 million that then maybe justify only asking for the 20, or help me understand that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we will see county dues coming in, and that will be added. And then at the end of the biennium, we will have State Forestry's budget roll into this. That will help. But if there isn't, we're a couple years out before we see these four FMAGs. There was no other FMAG between the Mullen Fire and the Happy Jack Fire.
That was the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further questions?
Yes.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, I asked if any of the fires had burned very hot and were scorched earth, and they suggested that you might have better information on that than they did to ask you. So do you think we have a lot of scorched earth?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we do in certain fires in certain areas, definitely. I think the Elk Fire is one of those fires that we are going to see a longer period to be able to come back from. The way that fire burned with the additional fuels, I think there's certain areas where we had trees involved in additional brush. Constitution is probably one of them. Flat Rock. There was quite a few fires where we had, depending on what was there to burn, really caused that impact. And yes, we had areas that burned quickly because of the winds and the events, but even in the haystacks, that fire burned pretty hot in certain areas, and that was Pleasant Valley. So we're going to see that. It's not even across any of the fires. It's really fuel dependent, but yes, there's definitely going to be areas of scorch earth.
Follow up?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, the money you're asking for is not anything to take care of the future of those properties. It's just to reimburse for what we've already spent.
Chairman, Senator, that is correct. My requests are specific to wildfire suppression costs for the services of putting out these fires and the services to continue to put out wildfires in the future.
I saw a hand to my right. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Norris, thank you for sharing all your knowledge about these accounts, and it's created a question in my mind. we don't anticipate not having fires, but should we go through a spell of not having fires and this account builds up with, of course, the 20 million that we're preparing to put in there now, is there any sort of cap on that account where money would revert back to the state? Just curious about that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, no, there isn't a cap. The reason it built up to 38 million had significantly to do because 20 million was put in, more money was coming in, and we really didn't have a significant wildfire season the 2 years previous. And so that was part of that. So no, there isn't currently a cap on this.
Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The counties I see have an annual assessment. Is it the same for all counties? And if not, how is that determined?
Mr. Chairman.
What kind of assessment?
It's an assessment, and it's actually within the statute itself, and then it's also listed in the rules itself. And so every county that participates, there's an assessment that we do annually, and it is actually in the statute what we assess on. And then when it goes to the floor costs themselves, those are based on valuations on the counties too. And so some counties have floor costs that are $5,000 to enter in. Some counties have $8,500, and other counties have $12,000, that they have to meet those floor costs themselves before they get to access the EFSA account on the first fire of the fiscal year.
Okay. Follow up? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is that kind of an average, $5,000 to $8,000 would get them in, or is there a different number?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, no, that's just to get into the account. So we have there's an annual due, and that is based on the evaluation, and then there is an actual floor cost requirement to access. And Sheila, I'm gonna have Sheila Esterholt come up real quickly and answer your question, because it is a good question.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, yes.
Can I request that that gets sent to everybody, the dollar amounts that are coming from the counties?
Absolutely, I can do that.
Yeah. We can do that for you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Senator Larson? No? Representative Angelos? No? Okay. Anyone else? All right, please proceed.
Okay, so exception request, the next exception request of state forestries is to repay funds borrowed to the extent necessary under Authority 2024 Budget Session, Chapter 118, Section 301B, Borrowing Authority, cash flow to combat with fire bills. This is a one-time $20 million request to repay legislative stabilization reserve account for funds borrowed to pay for wildfire suppression costs from the 2024 wildfires. It is the intent to repay the legislative stabilization reserve account for wildfire suppression costs up to $20 million. The governor did approve this one-time exception up to $20 million in general funds to reimburse for fire suppression costs effective April 1st, 2025. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions? Please proceed.
Okay, our last exception request is to increase the traditional governor's wildland fire borrowing authority from 20 million to 30 million. As wildfire costs have increased, this request allows for an increase in contingency funds as necessary to help pay for extreme fire events or seasons. Instead of requesting a higher amount through the EFSA, we are requesting an increase in borrowing authority to assist with a devastating year such as this. The governor did approve this one-time request effective April 1st, 2025. There is a note with the approval that the governor recommends the removal requirement in this section that Homeland Security Disaster Contingency Budget and the governor's office special contingency budget be exhausted prior to the borrowing authority, as these funds are then not able to assist with any other emergencies. With that, I'll open it up for any more questions.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That last note that the governor is requesting those caveats be removed, would this borrowing authority be able to replenish those accounts if there were an emergency?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, right now, that's what we're requesting, but what happened this summer is we had all these fires occurring. We were obligating, holding money through the EFSA for each of these fires based on those cost estimates. And then when we got to a place where we maxed out on our cash, we looked at the fire borrowing. The way the fire borrowing is set up is we first have to go into the emergency to the homeland and then go into that. And so we will be repaying those back. And I'm going to let Kevin talk about those in Erica.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, within the governor's budget request, those sweeps of the governor's special contingency and the Homeland Security, we are requesting that those get replenished in the governor's office's budget.
Yeah.
So the first time that we take a note with the treasurer's office, the governor's special contingency, that's we have now, and Homeland Security will be swept with anticipation of you replenishing that through the governor's office's budget.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess it's a semantics, but these requests to refill those accounts are dependent upon the legislature. I guess my question is there a statutory roadblock to using the borrowing authority to refill those before the legislature grants those funds, so that if you had a different type of emergency, those funds would be available?
So, Mr. Chairman, the borrowing authority provision does restrict us. It sweeps them. Game over. But to your point, Representative Bear, is that the governor's special contingency is necessary. Maybe we have a flood, maybe we have a dam break, maybe we have a lot of different things, a tornado. We don't have any other choices then. I mean, that $1 million isn't available to us. And Homeland Security, also with Homeland Security is the same provision, but just for anecdotal information, right now with Homeland Security, we're still working through all the federal entanglements about how much we spent and how much we bill to get that accurate figure. But to the end of the story is that we do believe that we need to have both the Homeland Security contingency and the governor's special contingency restored for other events that may occur.
I think Representative Bear has a follow-up, and then Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the continuing to go down this path, but does the statutory limitations on the borrowing authority eliminate the ability to use those funds to fill those two emergency accounts?
Mr. Chairman, I would say yes. Emphatically, yes.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're dealing with two different budgets, I think, Kevin. And so even though the use of those Homeland Security and the governor's contingency were used for the same purpose as her agency budget, it was an individual decision, and we can't grab from that agency to backfill these other agencies without legislative approval. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and just for simplicity, the borrowing authority is to fight fires. Homeland Security and the governor's special contingency would be things outside of fighting fires.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
And so we didn't borrow from the governor or Homeland Security. We used it for a dedicated purpose.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Representative Larson, just to kind of key in on that. So in this instance, we did have a few other items that the governor and also Homeland Security have used their contingency account for this year. But we also, within regards to it's section 301 of the budget bill for the fire borrowing, it says that in order for us to initiate the fire borrowing, that we have to first utilize the EFSA account has to be exhausted, the Homeland Security disaster contingency budget, and also the governor's contingency budget have to be exhausted before we can go into that borrowing. There's only about $2 million that's within the governor's budget and the Homeland Security budget. And so we're well over that. And so we had to initiate those two encumbrances, if you will, before we could send the letter to the treasurer's office telling him that we anticipate borrowing funds from that borrowing. So just trying to make sure, I guess to kind of the point, Representative Bear also, that if we do have something between now and when those get replenished, that we have money, should we have a fire, should we have a request that we need. Right now, those funds have been encumbered.
Anything else, Representative Larson? It sounds complicated, but in the end, it worked. I know I sent an email down to Don Richards and said, are they gonna run out of money, or can they keep fighting this fire? And Don sent me a fairly long description of the chain of events and the borrowing and so forth. I was assured that there'd be money there to fight the fires. Anything else? Okay, anything else with your agency?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have one more request. It is on page 34. It's priority number 5. It is to increase the mineral royalty program budget. The MRG program was developed to help mitigate impacts of mineral development in Wyoming by the legislature in 1977. Funding comes from severance distribution, federal mineral royalties, and previously coal lease bonuses. It was established to be used by the State Loan and Investment Board to alleviate emergency situations which pose a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, and welfare, to comply with federal and state mandates, and to provide an essential public service. Typically, the standard budget for the MRG program has been $33.4 million. However, during the 2020 legislative session, budget authority of $8 million was transferred to the Business Council for the Business Ready Community Grant Program. During the 2022 legislative session, budget authority was reduced down to 0. The thought was that the CARES Act and ARPA would cover these types of needs. However, not all MRG projects qualified for ARPA. So in 2023, the legislature refilled the MRG program to $10,176,465, and that included a $4 million general fund one-time funding. In 2024, the legislature further restored the MRG program to $27,306,873. This supplemental request is to increase that budget authority for a total of $47,476,465 for the 25-26 biennium. Notably, the MRG budget appropriation supports 2 positions within OSLI and provides 50% of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund match. The other 50% comes from Water Development Office. This is an expense that OSLI must provide for the federal capitalization grant. The State Loan and Investment Board will consider the first round of MRG applications at its upcoming meeting in February, and we expect that more than half of the already appropriated funds will be awarded at that meeting. We also expect that as we finish out the biennium, we'll have more, which is a normal situation, we'll have more applications than we have funding to go around. This supplemental request is to supplement the MRG program funding with an appropriation of $20,169,592 to largely address the emergent issues which impose a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, and welfare that we expect to arise out of the damage done to several watersheds by the extreme wildfire season. Many of the fires impacted the watersheds that have a direct source of water from municipalities to several of Wyoming cities and towns, and we expect that infrastructure that provides the municipal water to need emergent repair and upgrades. Mr. Chairman, the governor has approved this request and further recommended it to be a one-time appropriation, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions? Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, so Jason, it's $20,169,592. Just why is it that number instead of a different number? It sounds like you have a lot of emergency replacement things. How do you get to that number?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question, and I don't know if I can point to the exact reason we came up with the exact number, but it is a large working group with the budget office, with the task force that Director Budd talked about earlier, and understanding from the communities what the impact might be. It's a complete guess, and we don't have those applications in front of us, but knowing that the watersheds were impacted in the way that they were, and that this is the sole source of water for those communities, the determination from that group of folks was this was the amount of money needed.
Representative Stith, the reason is if it was a nice round number like 20 million, you'd think they just made it up. Mr. Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The number is simply the difference from the governor's original ask in the last budget versus what you provided. That's the difference, and that's their statistic.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Larson.
Director Bud, that we've got this great plan of 131 million to address the needs of the fires, including municipalities and other such things. And so I was under the impression that that was kind of the intent of that 131, but now you're telling me, no, wait, there's more. There's the impacts of this fire, and so we need additional money to do that. Why wasn't it consolidated under one program?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great point. And I also think that Director Budd mentioned this is a very complicated situation that we're trying to unravel. His funding is largely tied to the ecological impacts. This funding is only tied to the impacts felt by the cities, towns, and counties for their infrastructure, and specifically the emergent needs for providing that water should there be an impact based on the watershed impacts. But I think there is a distinction between actual infrastructure impact and what Mr. Budd is talking about with ecological impact.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
And then, so on this round, it would be limited to those requests for infrastructure solely?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's correct.
I see. Thank you.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think along the same thread here of questioning, two questions. Is there a goal for the standard budget? So I heard, in fiscal year 1920, it was 33 million. We know that it's bounced around. Long-term, big picture, is there a standard budget goal moving forward? And then two, in the governor's opening remarks on Monday, I thought I heard him allude to being able to leverage the MRG program to offset ARPA projects that weren't eligible or weren't completed. And so now I'm getting confused about, is this to finish out existing shovel-ready, now stuck projects that need that lifeline to finish, or is it to focus on water infrastructure impacted by fires? Thank you.
Erica.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier. Erica Legursky, former policy advisor for Governor Gordon's office.
So you're doing two jobs still?
I'm doing dual hats for a little while.
Okay.
So Representative Sherwood, you are correct on that. I think there's a lot of money movement, and I think there will be a lot of requests that will come in for that NMRG money, what Interim Director had said. But the way that the governor did reference that in his narrative was that there were some, because of deadlines, supply chain issues, all of that with the ARPA funding, that there are some shovel-ready projects throughout Wyoming that were not able to move forward. And so could some of this money, could they apply through the ARPA grants, or excuse me, the MRG grants to continue some of those projects that were not pushed through that ARPA funding? So that is how he referenced that in the narrative.
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm trying to figure out if this $20 million is it's related to the fires or not, because the state budget director seemed to say that this number came from a prior request from a year ago. That's how it was calculated before the fires happened. So I'm a big believer in clean water and wastewater treatment infrastructure. I'm a big believer in that, but I'm just trying to figure out if this is just sort of generally saying we like water infrastructure, which we all do, or if this is related to things that have happened in the last, 8 or 9 months.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't necessarily tie the MRG conversation that we have right now to recovery of the damages that were created by the fire. These are, like Erica said, there was projects out there that are available that were shovel-ready. And I'm hesitant to confuse this conversation any further, but I will point out a couple of key aspects to the overall conversation with ARPA. So if you remember, we got your permission to do ARPA redeployment, and that was 76, it's probably going to be 78 million when we're final. We're still working on that, getting the final statistics, which we will, and strangely enough, I've authorized a 57-cent change, if you want to know how granular we're getting on this. So in that vein, what we did was, of that $76 million that we've identified, $52 million went to water and sewer, 27.7 enhanced local match through ARPA, and then also key to this conversation is, in our conversation with Senate File 132 and the budget last year, we said that the Water 1 and Water 2 would benefit from all the ARPA redeployment that we've done. The benefit to the Water 1 and Water 2 is $23,524,189.79. That's now available for the state of Wyoming to do water projects, shovel-ready, and we've had conversations with a lot of entities when we were doing the redeployment. This money's going to come back into the water funds. You guys, you have the opportunity to apply for those as well. So it's a very complicated set of principles and movements to get to the final answer for what's available. But what really is, in a simple way of saying it, is what we asked for last year and what we obtained in MRG, we'd like to go back and revisit that and ask for this additional $20 million. But there's the story in its entirety.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. So as of November 5th, it looks like the balance in the account is that 39.6 million. Do we have a balance as of today?
Are you speaking to the MRG fund, or are you speaking to the fire suppression account?
Follow up here. So this is the local government mineral royalty fund. This is found on page 33 and 34.
Yeah, I can look that up for you and get that.
You're looking up what the current balance is?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what I would.
And
I'll provide-
Don's ready to phone a friend there for you too.
So I would just put a caveat in there that we're fully obligated regardless of the cash balance, but either Don or I can give you the cash balance.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, the cash balance is about 200,000 lower than the amount printed in the budget just due to the last month. We have a balance of 39,489,000. What I think is also important here is there is a difference between the account and its available balance and the money that may be used from that account.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. I want to go back to your 50 million request in terms of water infrastructure and water damage. What we'd like to see is as much particulars you have on that, how you crafted it, what you see as the damage on the ground now, and exactly what you're referring to of how you're going to do it. I mean, forest fires are different than grass fires. And typically with forest fires, as we have in most of Wyoming, like we did with Yellowstone, like we've done with various other programs, there's not much you can do about it. So I'm curious about what you're envisioning this 50 million for and how you came up with that figure and what your allocation process is for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Co-Chair, I think Director Hibbert did a good job of how we came to the 50 million, did a much better job than I could have. I also don't know that we have that information yet, and we are working on getting it. We can provide that once we get it. We've gotten a couple early applications from impacted communities saying, we think this is going to be the impact that comes, but runoff hasn't occurred yet. And so all that sediment load hasn't reached that infrastructure and hasn't caused the problems that we expect that it will come spring. And so we are in a bit of a timing crunch. We don't know what that true impact is until the actual runoff occurs. And at that time, we can certainly provide the legislature with a report of that impact. But at this current time, one of the reasons for the increase is that anticipated but completely not known cost to the infrastructure improvements or emergent needs that the communities will have.
But my point is that the runoff you're talking about is one or two or three communities in their infrastructures. Which ones are those? Which ones are at risk? And what is the risk that you're anticipating or the potential of it?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I think we could provide that to you. This is obviously focused largely around the elk fire. So that would be the community of Sheridan, town of Dayton, and Ranchester.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, it sounds like almost they won't have the information till after the next session adjourns, which, you got to be able to satisfy the legislature as to it. It might be, Mr. Crowder, that what you've got to do is provide an estimate that has sort of three levels. Here's what we're certain about. It's a dollar level. Here's this next that we've gotten information, or that we're, getting information. We have a number that's a little squishy. And then the third is just our best guess that there's going to be this much more coming in. What I hear repeatedly is you've got to satisfy quench this desire for more detail as where this big pile of money is going to go. And given that it's, as Kelly said, it's going to take up to 2 years, you're just going to have to get as much detail as you can that's certain, and then just highlight what you're still waiting for. I don't know how else you're going to be able to do it.
Mr. Chairman, that's a very good point. We can work towards that before the session.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up question. So, Mr. Crowder, perhaps I've misunderstood. The infrastructure projects you're talking about here are related to excess water runoff, which sounds like flood control issues. Am I right about that? Or are you talking about, what kind of projects are you talking about? Is it flood control?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, this is a program that handles a lot of different projects. I think Director Hibbert alluded to that there's a lot of community needs that need this program to be able to increase or enhance their sewer systems, their water systems across the whole state. One of the reasons for this request is that we anticipate an emergent need for protecting and enhancing the municipal water structures that may be impacted by these watersheds. So the watershed, how it works is it collects water and it funnels it down into a specific spot. Municipalities grab the water at that specific spot and then provide it to its users. What we anticipate is possible flooding to occur because of the damage caused by the wildfire, by the removal of vegetation, the trees and the grass that would normally filter and slow the water and the sediment from coming down. If all that sediment comes down and it hits that infrastructure piece, then there is likely going to be a very expensive impact to that to continue to provide good and safe water to the municipality's users. And so that's what we're talking about here, not at all stopping the flood from coming. That's everything that we spoke about earlier. That's all the ecological work to try to mitigate all the damage that could occur from that flooding and doing the flood fighting up there. What this is talking about is once it hits that infrastructure, what do we do with it then? How does that infrastructure get replaced? How does it get bolstered to be able to withstand that type of impact, I guess?
Follow up. Okay, anything else? Anyone? All right.
Mr. Chairman, that's everything we have for you today. Thank you very much.
All right, one last chance. I guess what I would ask on I'd like on the MRG, if you could, let's say for the last 2 years worth of MRG grants, if you can give a brief description of, who, what was for, the amount, and a description of what the emergency was. That's one I've always, sometimes you see a true emergency and sometimes you think, well, what was the emergency here? And it'd be helpful to see that list with not for me, but I think for the incoming committee, it'd be helpful to see that so they understand.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. And Kelly, again, thanks for all your work.
Thank you. I want to thank so many of you. I've had the opportunity to see many of you in many places that I wish I wouldn't had to be at, but it was great to see you there and talk to you about the challenges that we were having. So thank you all.
All right. Next up is, the Department of Revenue. Brenda Hanson and Christy Urich, please. It's good to see you both. You left your green eye shades on the desk and came over. Brenda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue, and as stated, I do have Christy Urick with me. She is the manager of the Administrative Services Division. And this year, we only have 2 requests for the supplemental budget, and those requests are both related to property tax relief that is granted by the legislature. If I may, I would like to turn your attention, this should not take long, to page 13. Page 13 is our first request, and that's related to funding for temporary personnel. The property tax refund program, as you all know, has grown over the last couple of years. In order to process applications, key those applications in, we also mail out applications in late March to all of the applicants from the prior year so that they can return those to us. We start accepting applications in April, and we are required by statute to cut those last checks no later than the end of September, and then provide reports to all of the county treasurers. So during that time period, from late March to the end of September, we use temporary staff to key in the applications and process and file, return phone calls, and this has been an excellent way to approach this as opposed to full-time employees. As you know, the property tax refund program is not continually funded. It is definitely based on revenue and the ability of the legislature to fund this program. So the $75,000 for temporary staff, and obviously if we don't use it all, it remits back. But we typically have at least 2 temporary employees that entire time, and additional when we have a particularly heavy incoming mail to process. So with that, I would stand for questions on our first supplemental budget request. You will note that the governor did approve that as one time.
Questions? Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to highlight on this because this used to be a full-time equivalent way back when, and then we dropped off and we stopped funding the program in 2018. I appreciate the fact that you're doing more with less. As a matter of fact, since 2010, you only got 2 more, let's see, 7 less employees than you had 10 years ago. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's an accurate statement with the exclusion of the Wyoming Liquor Division, in that we took some temporary positions and made them full-time employees during the pandemic.
I remember it well. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Wait, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Of the full-time employees that you have, how many of them actually work in the office? Are there any of them working out of the home? How's that work?
Mr. Chairman, the Wyoming Department of Revenue is working in the office 100%. We do allow staff that have, as an example, a medical procedure that they're homebound, but they are still able to accomplish the tasks of their job. And we do allow them for intermittent teleworking if they wish. But other than that, we're 100% in the office.
Follow up? No? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I would then turn your attention to page 14. This is the lion's share of our supplemental request, $10.5 million.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Larson.
and I apologize, I was just reading this wrong. So help me understanding, you're asking for this request on the contractual service to be ongoing. And so I'm not I don't know that I'm understanding completely the governor. Is he saying it's not to be biennialized, that he's not, and it's to be one time? So is it ongoing or one time?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Hibbard.
the Department of Revenue did request this to be ongoing. That's the Object Code 0901. The governor made the recommendation to have it one time and not to be biannualized. But if it's one time, naturally, that's.
Okay, very good.
As soon as we stop funding the property tax refunds, then we'll end it then.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that clarification. And I think one thing to note is we received some funding for temporary staff when the bill passed that expanded the program, and I'll go into detail with that a little bit more. So we did have some funds for temporary. This is just to get us through another refund season.
Okay. Anything else on that topic? All right, proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, you may recall our biennium budget included $20 million for this program. It's important to note that that number was determined prior to having the updated 2023 median income numbers, also prior to House Bill 4, which added another tier of income. You may recall the program was a maximum of 125% of median household income or the statewide average, whichever was more. And the legislature expanded that to 145% with a reduction in the amount of the refund. Also, 2022 to 2023, we saw significant income increases for all of our counties across the state. So the funding wasn't adjusted for any of those factors. The reason being is it was the legislature's choice, knowing we could come back after we had done the 2023 tax year refunds at this time and ask for any additional money that was necessary. So I've provided you all with a handout that gives you a summary of the 2023 property tax refunds. So just remember that in this program, taxpayers must have paid their property tax in order to qualify for a refund of those property taxes. So in calendar year 2024, we processed refunds for 2023, and you'll see those noted on the report. On the left-hand side, you'll see the 2022 refunds, and then on the right-hand side, we broke it out so that you could see how many tax dollars were refunded based on the 125% of median or less. That's the column in the middle that has dollars refunded at 100%. And then the next column has two columns over, says dollars refunded at 65%. Those are the applications where their median income fell between 126 and 145% of median household income, so that you would have that information. 2022, we refunded a total of $8,269,571. 2023, that number rose to $14,265,980.38. That was up $6 million from the prior year. The total average refund, you'll see it was $1,058 as opposed to $937 the prior year. And you can go through each county and see what those maximum and average refunds were. So we saw over a 53% increase in the number of qualifying applications in 2023 versus 2022. What that means is, of that original $20 million, we've got $5,734,000 approximately left that we can utilize to fund the 2024 tax year refunds. By adding the additional $10.5 million, that'll be approximately $16,234,000 that we'll have to fund 2024 refunds. If you take what we sent out in 2023 and add 15%, that's approximately where you see. So we're allowing for applicants that may qualify for the first time coming up. And also, we know that the median income amounts will increase, but we don't know what those numbers are yet. We do know the refunds themselves because the 2024 tax roll has been ran. So we know what those median residential property tax bills are in each county. And they did go up, but single digit this year. 2024, as I'm sure all of you know, the property tax bills that were sent out did not have the significant increases that we saw in that 21, 22, 23 time period. So we believe that that additional 10.5 million will be sufficient to fund refunds for 2024. I did want to mention that the House Bill 4 also included some amendments to the county option property tax refund program. And that's where county commissioners across the state have the opportunity to fund their own refund program with general fund dollars. And we do have 5 counties that for the last 2 years have funded that, those being Albany, Converse, Lincoln, Sublette, and Teton. Now, the application deadline for the county option program is in October, and the county treasurers have until the end of December to send those checks out. Those are in addition to the statewide program. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the 10.5 million.
Questions? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Anyone in the new committee, questions? Oh, there you go, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for the information in the handout. A question that I do have is, so your projections are that this 16 million will cover. What happens if it doesn't? What happens if we outrun that? Is it a deal where we deny people? So that's question number 1. And then question number 2 is, are we catching everyone in the net? As far as what is the Department of Revenue doing to inform people this is a service out there, this is a way as the state, we're trying to help you relieve some of that burden. So could you speak to those 2, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, we believe that that will be a sufficient amount based on our projections. I will
Brenda,
tell you.
I know it's tempting to turn around and face him, but we need your mic, so
So I apologize.
he'll understand if you're not talking to him directly.
So you may recall in 2022, when we processed refunds for 2022 in the last biennium, we ran short. And my office went to the governor's office to see if we could find additional funds. And fortunately, working with the budget office, we were able to fund those. The problem with waiting, if we were to, let's say, prorate, let's say we had applications that were $18 million and we only had $16 million. If we wait to determine what that prorated amount is, that means we don't cut any checks until we've processed every application. Our preference is to send the checks as soon as we determine that they qualify. So we usually start sending those checks out in April. Our hope is that we will not run short. I believe that a couple of things happened that have impacted our predictions for 2024. You may recall there were bills that provided a cap on single-family residential structures of 4% as long as the property had not changed hands the prior year or had it was new construction or had an addition. So we know that some of those single-family residential structures were capped at 4%, and because of that, and I've got the numbers, and if you want me to go into some of those other property tax relief measures and their status, I can do that as well. But we believe that that's going to hold down the cost of the property tax refund program as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Did that answer your question, Representative?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It did on the first one. On the second one, what are we doing? And maybe you did a little bit, but like, is there any more that we should be doing as Department of Revenue to make sure people are aware of what we're doing? Which obviously then opens the door to more money needed. I just was trying to make sure we were covering our bases.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do think that we have had partners in the press, also organizations such as AARP. The governor's office has assisted with press releases. I know that county treasurers and county assessors across the state, actually, when they send out assessment schedules in that March, April time period, they're reminding taxpayers, perhaps you agree with the fair market value or the assessment that we have made, but keep in mind that you could apply if you qualify for the refund of your prior year's taxes. And so I really do think that there has been a joint effort across the state to ensure that taxpayers are aware of this program. But we do send out, for example, we'll be sending out 14,782 applications in the mail directly to everybody who applied last year. That's a reminder right there. And of course, they share that information with their friends and neighbors. So always open to suggestions if you have other ways that you think we could share that information, because that is the worst situation to be in, to have someone who in August, 2 months after the deadline, find out that they would have qualified and they just didn't know about the program. So education is key.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. That's a good job. I appreciate your input on that.
Okay, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note that there's a request to carry over this 10.5 million into the 27, 28, and carry it forward. In light of the fact that some of the tax bills that are out there now carry a sunset, and in light of the fact that that's probably going to be a hot button issue for the next couple of years, and there's a lot of unpredictability about what will actually come out of these, I'm just wondering what the thinking was or the rationale for taking that number beyond this first year. Thanks.
Brenda.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, you're right. There are a lot of moving pieces with property taxation in Wyoming right now, and I would encourage the committee. I provided a summary of bills that were passed, when they go into effect, to the Revenue Committee, and that presentation is available on the Legislative Services website. But it's a slide presentation entitled Wyoming Property Tax Relief Status, and that was in November of this year. And I can give a little bit of information related to all of the things that are coming up, depending on what this committee's wishes are. But I do think that from the taxpayer's perspective, we've got the 4% cap on the residential. We've got the 4% cap on land that will be coming into play for 2025. We've got the long-term homeowners exemption that will be coming in 2025. That particular program, FYI, as of this morning, county assessors across the state have received just shy of 17,000 applications for the long-term homeowners. We anticipate, they've got until the fourth Monday in May to apply for that program. Just a reminder, they must be 65 years of age and have paid residential property tax for at least 25 years in the state of Wyoming to qualify, and they must reside in that home for at least 8 months. That deadline is not till the fourth Monday in May 2025, and that particular program has no backfill, just keeping that in mind. We also have the veterans exemption, Senate File 89, where this legislature, starting in 2025, has increased That assessed value from 3,000 assessed dollars, which is about $220 reduction in property tax, to $6,000 assessed dollars, which will double that benefit to the veterans. In 2024, the veterans exemption itself, we had 19,379 veterans that used that exemption on their homes. It was a little over $4 million. That one is backfilled through the state treasurer's office, but keeping in mind now that $4 million will be $8 million when that assessed value goes up to $6,000 for 2025. Now, what does all of this other property tax relief do? It reduces the in-property tax bill for the taxpayer that may qualify for the refund program. So we anticipate that the refunds will be less based on the front-end property tax relief that is occurring currently. I think I have covered everything. So right now, the 4% cap can apply to a residential structure. The 4% cap on the associated residential land starts in 2025. The long-term homeowners exemption starts in 2025. Veterans exemption increases. That's the order in which we're applying these exemptions, because there's nothing in statute that prohibits a taxpayer from taking advantage of all the property tax relief. So just FYI on that. I will say that anytime you use a percentage, one of the challenges that both the department and the assessors are struggling with is what is the priority? Where are you applying these percentages to? We're right now applying the single-family residence and the associated land. Those are fine. Long-term homeowners, that's a 50%. So how do we apply that 50% to the values that were left after the 4%? And then should there be other exemptions that relate to percentages? How should that math be done? And it's just something to consider as the legislature looks at property tax relief in the future. When it's a set assessed value, like the veterans exemption, we know, 6,000 assessed dollars. But when it's a percentage, it's a little more challenging and it's more challenging to explain it to the taxpayer themselves. I do have all of that information in that historical and the historical residential values. That's another key point. When you look at the total assessed value for residential statewide, every county, in this PowerPoint, I've got the numbers with the 4% subtracted off for that exemption, and what the numbers for that county's total assessed value would have been without the 4% cap. And you can see what those relate to. We had about $300 million exempted statewide due to the 4% cap on single-family residential. That equates to about $19 million in tax dollars. And that's for 2024. Again, now that's going to be expanded to include residential land with a separate calculation. All of that information and how it relates specifically to each county is included in that presentation for the Revenue Committee.
So Don, could you have that for?
I'm sorry, just hang on just a second. Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry, we had somebody else.
I
Go
would say,
ahead.
Don, would you have that presentation in revenue forwarded to everybody?
Well done.
Representative Bear,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
and then Senator Anderson.
Director Henson, I'm going to call 17,000 applications for the long-term homeowner exemption pent-up demand. Have you, in your career, seen this much pent-up demand for tax relief?
Heck, no.
Well, Mr. Chairman, having served as a county assessor for 16 years, property tax is a very personal issue, and it impacts different people differently. I think there's always been a need for property tax relief for those that are specifically in need. Keeping in mind the property tax refund program is the only, need-based, income-tested relief program that's on the books today. But I will say that the past 2 years, inflation, the buying power of a dollar, that all impacted what all of us as property owners saw as larger increases than typical. But when you look at the historical assessed values for the counties and you compare 23 to 24, we are back down total assessed value to very comparable to what we were prior to 2020. And so we just had a few years of inflation everywhere, and it hit the taxpayers particularly hard. And some needed some help, and I think the legislature recognized that.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall correctly, and please correct me if I don't, in the late 80s, we had a similar situation, and it led to the last time we really had major reform. And I would just like your opinion, if we were, rather than to address these citizens' concerns with these Band-Aids, I'll call them that, because we've got a lot of different ways that we're trying to attack it. If we were to begin to create more comprehensive reform, would that make your department's jobs easier as well as the county assessors?
If you know.
Mr. Chairman, tax statutes, policy, definitely policy decisions. The voters passed Amendment A. I believe that is a tool that I know the legislature will be exploring. The basis for property taxation being uniform and applied to all properties similarly is key. That, going back to the late 80s when our Constitution changed and we went to a tier system of taxation, prior to that time, where we were at 25% of a 1967 replacement cost. That's what our assessment schedules were based on. Now, because 1967 replacement costs never changed, that 25%, yes, your value changed if you changed your structure, but those replacement costs stayed the same. They didn't have any inflation built in. But what did that also create? That also created a situation where all of your taxing authorities, which, again, I remind everyone that taxes are the structure that we as citizens pool our money to pay for services and infrastructure we can't afford on our own. Those costs were going up. And so trying to ensure that those values, I kind of compare it to those cost of living adjustments, the value spending power of those dollars. So our current structure at fair market value has served well. It has, we don't see a lot of appeals. It's very transparent to our taxpayers. They can look at that assessment schedule and say, yeah, I think I could sell it for that, or, absolutely not, I couldn't sell it for that. And so I need to have that conversation. But now the tax policy part of what should that level of assessment be on various types of properties? Before it was mineral produced, industrial, all other property. Now, the opportunity that the legislature has is minerals produced, industrial, residential, and all other property. So applying a level of assessment, it's administratively easier. We can do it statewide in the CAMA system by changing it once, and it's applied uniformly. You don't have an application process, but that's the key. The only time property taxes or taxes in general seem like a punishment is if you don't happen to be the person that was identified as getting a break. Those are the folks that look at property taxes being punitive. So level of assessment, I think the legislature has a great opportunity ahead to look at that.
Follow up? Okay, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I notice on your property tax refund program for tax year 22 and 23, in 23, Natrona County had about a 10% denial rate, as did several other counties. What, do you know what makes up that denial? Is it, oh, you do? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, 50% of our denials are related to income. The statute requires those to be median gross income numbers. Sometimes an applicant will look at their net taxable income on their income tax and believe that's the number that needs to qualify for this program, and it's not. So once we get all the documentation, we find that they don't qualify. That's the majority of those. And you'll find even between 2022 and 2023, we still ended up with about 9% that did not qualify. I was surprised, to your point, in looking at that added tier that went from 126 to 145%, that middle column that says dollars refunded at 65%, that only expanded the program by $788,000 plus dollars. I would have thought that that would have been more, that we would have seen more people qualify. My hypothesis is that the more money you have as income, the more stuff you have. And you don't pass the asset test anymore, and so they don't apply. That's my hypothesis.
Follow up?
Yeah.
So you don't have anything with the other 50%? If I look at income-related, Teton County is the highest average dollar refund, which I would think that wouldn't be so if it was income-related. And some of those are, I think this has to do with owner-occupied houses too. And I was thinking that would decrease the Teton County, but it's 4 times what everybody else is.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, so those are median residential. Because we have a statewide CAMA system, we can pull the median residential property tax bill in each county. But keep in mind that on the median incomes, the way our statute reads, it's the median residential income for your county or the statewide average median income. So those median income numbers in the higher end counties actually serve to draw up and allow other applicants to qualify, that if we had to stay with their county average, they wouldn't qualify. So there's a little bit of that information. Now, talking about the refund itself, obviously, fair market value of residential properties in Teton County is significantly higher. So that's why that refund amount is higher. Now, I will tell you, we've already calculated the 2024 median residential property tax bills, and we have 4 counties where the median tax bill went down from prior year. Those counties being Johnson, Niobrara, Teton, and Weston. The remaining counties all saw a percent change from 23 median to 24 median of less than 7%, most of them less than 5%. Again, just showing that we've got a different situation now with property tax than what we've had the last couple of years. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Anderson, I think what happens is you think, well, anybody owns a home in Teton County, how do they pass the asset test? Except the home is excluded from the asset test. So other questions or comments, anyone?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Nethercott.
just briefly, and I don't want to take us away from why we're here today, but with that property tax bill that capped it at 4%, for those counties who saw an increase in property taxes higher than 4%, do you have a number of how many counties those are and a sense of what will happen with that bill's passage?
Mr.
Please.
Chairman and Senator Nethercott, included in that presentation, I have a breakout of the 2024 assessed value exempted per county. So I mentioned 300 million, it's $300,724,060 that were exempted in 2024. Of that, 149,994,840 is Teton County. Those areas of our state where, due to supply, demand, typically it has to do with location. It's just that location. Those properties that are appreciating more rapidly than other parts of the state benefited more from the 4% cap. For example, in Niobrara County, the total assessed value that was exempted was $39,465, a total of $2,822 tax dollars. Where in Teton County, based on the Teton County average mill levy, that was almost $8.5 million in property taxes that were exempted. I hope that answers your question.
Please, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, more specifically, I get that those counties with the 4% or who were higher than 4% will receive more benefit. But in your, you just indicated that you've done the estimated assessment for '24, and the majority of the counties are under 7%. Do you know how many are above 4 and under 7? By chance?
Yes.
So you
For
have
the
a lo-
median residential property tax bill,
Yes.
I do, and that's also included in that presentation, I believe, but.
We will all go back and watch that.
I can send this out. I'm gonna round these to the nearest percentage. Albany, 2.4, Bighorn, 2.7, Campbell, 2.8, Carbon, 0.45, Converse, 0.38, Crook, 4.7, Fremont, 3.6, Goshen, 4.0, Hot Springs, 4.3, Johnson is down 0.15, Laramie, 1.23%, Lincoln, 0.82, Natrona, 1.18, Niobrara, down 5.1%, Park, 3.38%, Platte, 3.23%, Sheridan, 4.5%, Sublet, 6.5%, Sweetwater, 4.3%, Teton, down 3%, Uinta, up 3.2%, Washakie, 2.0%, Weston, down 1.3%. A whole different story from 23 to 24, compared to 22 to 23.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please.
if I may just follow up, it sounds like those amounts are consistent with the historical trend of 20 years of tax assessments prior to 22, 23. Am I right in that understanding?
Yes, Senator, Mr. Chairman, yes, Senator, you are. And I believe if you go to the presentation and look at page number 4, I've included the historical percent difference for residential going back to 2014 for each of the 23 counties. And you can definitely see what those percentages were. And again, these numbers are total assessed value for residential. So that means it includes new subdivisions, new residential construction. But you can see that, yeah, we are definitely, if you were to go back to where we were at for between 2018, 2019, 2020, it started being a little bit higher, but it was really the percent difference from 20 to 21, 21 to 22, and 22 to 23. That is where we saw the challenges, not only with home prices, but everything else we tried to buy, including the taxing authorities trying to provide services.
Follow up? Anyone else? All right, I just have, that's all your exceptions, right?
Mr. Chairman, unless there are further questions, we just had those two related 10 and a half and 75.
I've got 2 questions for you. The first is one I should know the answer to, but on the long-term homeowner exemption, is it required that it's 25 years continuous, or can somebody own a home for 15 years, have a 3-year break where they didn't own a home, and then they own a home for 10 years? Does that still work?
Mr. Chairman, it does not have to be continuous,
Okay.
as long as they have 25 years total.
Paying taxes on a house in Wyoming.
And assessors across the state have had those applications since September. We promulgated rules. If you go to our Chapter 14 rules, it provides any clarification
Okay.
there.
And then a situation that you and I have corresponded about, I'm curious how you're coming along on the software, and for the folks on the panel, I have a constituent, very bright guy, got his refund last year, applied online this year, only to find out after it was too late that the department says he never actually hit submit. He got all the material in there but didn't hit submit. He swears that he did, but in any event, we've all been trained by software companies. If I'm ordering a toy for a grandchild and I start and then I quit, I'll get an email saying, hey, you forgot, you got something in your shopping cart, you need to finish this. And when you finished it, to say, we've got it, here's the data that you submitted, and then either a denial or denial, and you got a chance to appeal, or approved, check it's in the mail. How close are you to getting software like that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. And truly, we appreciate your constituent and yourself bringing that to our attention, that he believes he did submit, because we hadn't had any concerns like that from anyone else.
Let me interrupt.
But
When he called, the woman told him, if it's any consolation, you're not alone.
okay, and I'm not familiar with that, but
Yeah.
what I do want to say is what we anticipate for next year is when they go to exit out, because we do have many people that they start the application process, set up the account, but then they determine they don't qualify, or they decide to do it manually, and so they exit out and they don't submit. So we'll be adding a message on there that says, when they go to exit out, how it's going to be worded, we just want to confirm that you wish to exit because you have not submitted an application. So
Okay.
that will be there for 2024 applications. The program is not completed, but it will be there for that.
Okay, and then do they get a confirming email when they do submit saying, here's the data you gave us?
We hadn't anticipated doing a confirming email. We just thought as long as they submitted and they intended to, but we can certainly check into what that would cost.
Yeah.
Those types of emails that are one time, I can tell you that many, many times they just go to spam. If it's a one-time thing, and this would be an application that you would submit once a year, and then you would get this returning email. So our hope is
And many's
that
the
we
time I
address
get
it.
something that says, be sure and check your spam folder. And so then will they, if they're denied, will they get an email saying, you were denied, you've got so many days to appeal?
Mr. Chairman, if they submit, they do get written documentation. We send them an actual letter in the mail indicating that they were denied. And there is no appeal power on the property tax refund program.
No appeal?
There is no appeal.
Okay, Representative Larson.
So, Brenda, thank you. Great presentation and give us a lot of good information. You've provided over the years just kind of average costs of housing around the state in different counties and different building. Fremont County is a little weird, but does that mean, do you have a feel for what the average cost of yurts are in Wyoming?
I'm sorry, average cost?
Yurts? Do you get, Fremont, we're seeing it. We've got yurts at Fremont.
Oh, yurts.
Yurts, Y-U-R-T-S.
I apologize, we obviously have a typo, is that what you're trying to say?
I'm asking it, so I come from a county where we see some of that. I just didn't know if your agency covered any of those you gathered any of that type of data on those types of construction?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Nethercott, yurts are the topic.
Yurts are the topic. I think Representative Larson is referring to the forest fire presentation where we talked about the need to provide yurts in forest fires. And so I think that was an inquiry that was made to the previous speaker.
But what is the average cost?
I don't know. But if you give me a square footage.
You know what I think is people are getting hungry and delirious. All right, if nothing else, thank you, Brenda. Thank you
Thank you so
both.
much. Thanks
Greatly
to the
appreciate
committee,
it.
and thank you for your efforts. I truly appreciate the support and the budget support that we have received through the years,
Absolutely.
and look forward to another session.
I
Thank you.
appreciate the responsiveness of your department as well. Okay, next up is the District Attorney, Dan Itzen, for Judicial District Number 7. Welcome. Appreciate your patience. It's good to see you. Go ahead and pull that microphone close. Please proceed. The floor is yours. Go ahead and turn the mic on and pull it closer to you. There you go.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I come back before you to ask for some help. And to explain that and how we got here, I think there needs to be a little bit of a backstory, if you will. I've been with the district attorney's office now, this summer will be 25 years. In that time frame, in the last 20 years, we have never received any new personnel. We're essentially operating with the same number of people that we've operated with when I started some 25 years ago. The role of the district attorney or the prosecutor has changed greatly in that time. As you know, we now are into DUI interlocks, and should people have those, we're into expungement hearings, we're into sex offender registration, and should they have to register or not register. It's simply not what you would think of law and order in trying a case, and that's the end of it. A lot of times these cases simply never go to bed. Coupled with that is the expansion of what I guess the court system really does. I heard a saying the other day, and I thought it was very true. The criminal justice system is the ER for the ills of society. And I think that's accurate. In my time, we now have a drug court program. We now have a student court program. We now have, Justice Finn approached Natrona County this summer about starting a mental health program to help with the backlog at the state hospital. That has been started in Campbell County. It's my understanding in Laramie County soon, in Natrona County. What that does for my office, though, is I have a number of what I term specialty courts, is I have to devote a prosecutor to handle those. And that prosecutor simply cannot then handle a full caseload. As you know, Natrona County's numbers are extremely high with case volume. We're approaching 4,000 cases we handle. And we do that with 10 attorneys, myself included in that number. As our responsibilities expand and grow, at some point we need some extra help. To make matters a little more troubling, at the end of May, the judges in the 7th Judicial District decided to change when discovery and motion practice would be due. For the last approximately 20 years, discovery would be due about 15 days prior to trial. And your discovery and your motions would always be tied to that trial date. They have now changed that to tie it to arraignment date. The practicality of this.
Arraignment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So now our discovery is due 30 days after a district court arraignment. Where there used to be some flexibility in the system, now there is no flexibility in that system because everything's tied back directly to that arraignment date. I provided State's Exhibit A which is our trial stack from the end of July. The left column will show when the trials are scheduled, who they're scheduled in front of. The center column will have the offender's name. The second to the left, or second to the right, excuse me, column is arraignment, and then the attorney's names are listed on the far column to the right. If you look at, just for example, August the 5th trial stack, you will see the prosecutor's name is generally first on that list. The attorney in my office, Ms. Corver, has a number of cases. All those cases, in essence, under this new scheduling order, have to have discovery completed and ready to go. And when you look at her numbers just for the 5th of August, you're at about 8 cases. And ultimately, that falls upon her. And in fact, it would be all right if that happened, once a month or those type of things. But it's a revolving issue. You see her pop back up on August the 12th. You see continuing those things. The birth of discovery, as many attorneys here know, is growing. Simple DUI cases, perhaps 25 years ago, were an affidavit and maybe a dash cam. Today we have cage cam, body cam, dash cam, a multitude. And if you have 3 officers, all of a sudden you're close to 10 videos that the attorney then has to manage and go, do I have every single video for this case? And continue to do what we do with roughly 4,000 cases. It is putting us in a very unattainable position, if you will. I attempted to reach out to the district court judges and ask for a meeting to see if we could find any sort of solution to this. That request was denied. Yes, sir. I never.
Have you had individual conversations with each district court judge?
I reached out to the district court judges that initially started this, Judge Wilking and then Judge Forgey. And both were denied. Judge Wilking said, well, you can always object to the timelines if you would like. And that was the end of the conversation.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, District Attorney Itzen, thank you so much for your long service to the state. You've done an incredible job. You certainly have a reputation of being one of those hardworking district attorneys in the state.
Thank you.
But the discovery you're talking about, this is routine discovery, right? This is if you have a DUI, whatever the sheriff's department, for example, is preparing, you just have to put that on a flash drive of some kind and get that to whoever the defense counsel is. That's kind of the discovery you're talking about, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt. Yes, in a nutshell, but you also have to make sure it's there. You can't rely on the sheriff's department to say, yeah, that's everything for whatever reason. It seems like they forget a video or those type of things, but yes, sir.
And just so I understand, what is it that you need that you don't have now? Do you need one more person? Do you need 2 more people? What do you need?
I think you need 2 more attorneys and a support staff to support those 2 attorneys.
Is your mic on? Okay.
Tell us what the district here has, because we usually kind of run caseload comparisons, personnel comparisons with your office and their office. You've always had the position of having a couple more legal assistants versus attorneys, I think, over the course of the years, is my recollection. But just, I'm trying to, because, well, obviously, as soon as you ask, someone else is going to ask, particularly down here. And so we have to make sure we're accommodating all needs and the structure within the office.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, I don't have the numbers for Laramie County. I know last session they did ask for some additional help.
That's a different reason, but.
Sure, absolutely. And I don't know, I have not spoke with the district attorney here about that.
Maybe you could go ahead and go through the three positions that you're asking for and
Yes,
describe
sir.
to the panel and the new panel what those involve. And be sure to specify whether a biennial as opposed to an annual number.
Yes, sir. The three positions would be 2 felony attorney positions to handle this caseload. And the third position would be a legal support staff position to handle then the incoming discovery that we reach for those. And those would be a permanent position or positions within our office to handle that.
And those are outlined on page 8 of your budget submission, the three positions.
Yes, sir.
Grand total, 452,000. And that's a biennial number.
That's an annual number.
Annual number.
Annual number, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
So, that point, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Just clarify, we're stating annual, he's stating biannual. Could you just clarify that? I would see this as an annual number that would need to be biennialized, so please, from your perspective.
Yes, sir. This would be annual positions within our office. I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're good.
Larson.
You're good.
Chairman?
Senator Nethercott.
Great, thanks. So what I see here in your annual number is for 3 attorney positions, you're asking for $168,000. So what's your starting salary for a proposed 3 attorney positions?
And I think this number also includes their overhead, doesn't it? On page 8, that's not just their salaries, that include the computers and office supplies and all that stuff.
Yes, we do have a,
It's rolled up in there. Page 11 for the breakout. There we go. Thanks, Representative Larson.
yes, they would be felony positions with a commensurate starting position of an attorney 3 position. The 3 you see there is a classification 3, not 3 attorneys.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. So what's the starting salary?
Approximately 8, Senator, or Chairman, sorry, I'm nervous. Senator Nethercott, it would be roughly $80,000.
So if starting is 80, when you could say a felony attorney, that means somebody that's done, what, 10 felony trials, or what does felony attorney mean?
In our office, we have a tiered system of misdemeanor attorneys. Basically, that's where you kind of start, get your foot in the door coming out of law school.
Okay.
You work up through that position into either a felony position. We do have kind of an offshoot where we handle juvenile cases as well. So the positions we're talking about would be handling felony cases.
So you'd be hiring people out of private practice or out of the public defenders or wherever?
Presumably people, obviously with some trial experience, yes, sir.
Okay.
Oftentimes, we don't get a lot out of private practice. Every now and then we do. But it's at times can be a very odd pool of who you draw from to get those. But so we would have those 2 positions and then the legal assistant then to support that. I think what that does is helps with the discovery and the motion practice backlog. I did reach out to our local law enforcement partners to see if we could streamline discovery. And we're attempting to do the best we can in that regard. The heads of law enforcement have met. And almost the next day of an arrest, memos regarding discovery and things are going out. I reached out to the crime lab because, as you can imagine, a lot of our evidence comes from the crime lab. And that's Exhibit B, that at times they're going to have issues keeping up with this discovery deadline as well. I did reach out to other counties to kind of see how, criminally speaking, discovery was done in those jurisdictions. And that was Exhibit C. And those were the counties that responded to my inquest. Roughly, Natrona County, no one parallels Natrona County with the size of cases and the speed that we're ending up in trial on these cases. It can be as quick as 60 days from time of arrest till time of trial in a district court case right now. And I know that sounds like a long time, but the reality is, in lawyer speak, in dealing with these numbers, that's a very quick turnaround time, and to require to be on top of those cases. At some point, you run into ethical issues. As you know, you have to know your case and understand what you have, and then make decisions based upon that. And those issues affect not only the defendant, but the public as well, excuse me. So those increased deadlines are really putting a crunch on things, and then that with our expanded roles of these specialty courts, there is a need for these positions. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is this same issue prevalent in all the other districts? And so in the upcoming budget session, are we going to have all the other districts come in and say that they need extra personnel?
Mr. Itzen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwaniter. There's 2 district attorneys in the state of Wyoming, myself and DA Halkel here in Laramie County. I can't speak to her speed on her docket, but I don't see any cascading effects from my request, no, sir.
I think it only depends if their judges decide they're going to accelerate discovery too like this, and then not have a conversation about it.
Yeah, so-
Other questions or comments? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So assuming the premise is correct, that the change in practice and custom in Natrona County for the production of discovery requires additional attorneys, have you spoken to the bar or the Criminal Rules Committee about having consistency across all the districts?
Please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Nethercott. As you know, Rule 16 simply says something along the lines of paraphrasing, in due course, discovery will be given. No, I have not spoke with asking to change that rule specifically for Natrona County and those things, but.
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think that probably is another solution, right? And from a state budgetary perspective, there's only 2 district attorneys in the state, as Mr. Itzen indicated. And assuming the premise is correct, though, if there's a custom and a practice that's changed within a judicial district by the local judges, that could result in a requirement for increased positions or costs on the state budget, which is theoretically what is happening. There are other ways to provide consistency across the state concerning these types of issues, to take away some of that arbitrary discretion. I would say, just my opinion, 15 days before trial for discovery is not due process.
Mr. Chairman.
Did say that again? That is not due process?
I'm concerned about constitutional protections.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Itzen, just kind of as a follow-up, I think your office is very leanly staffed, so it doesn't surprise me that you would need more people. That's not a surprise to me. What kind of does surprise me, though, is that this discovery issue would be new, because I would think that any defense counsel, as soon as they get a case, the first thing they would do in almost every case would be to submit a Rule 16 request to your office and expect to get answers in 30 days. So has that not been the practice of, say, the Public Defender's Office? Have they not been doing that? Have they actually been waiting until 15 days before trial before they ask for stuff?
Mr. Ritson?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Stith, in the 7th Judicial District, each judge issues a criminal case management order. Within that order, they set out the deadlines. It used to be that discovery 15 days prior. Not that anyone had ever come close to that 15 days. That was just kind of the drop dead day, so to speak. We used to be able to provide discovery fairly quickly, perhaps a month after district court arraignment, those type of things. And then if something would filter through a lab report from the state crime lab, you would still have time to get them to the defense. That 15 days, it wasn't like, yaha, here's all your discovery, see you in trial in 2 weeks. That was just kind of you have 98% of it, we're waiting on lab reports or a DNA test, those type of things. So the defense attorneys, of course, would file Rule 16 discovery requests, but generally that's how that was handled.
That answer your question, Representative Stewart, okay? Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, there you are, back there.
Sorry.
Representative Harold, go ahead and identify your name and,
Sure.
and rank for the person at the desk.
Absolutely. So Jeremy Harrelson, not sure my rank, but I am in House District 4. I'm going to dive back on page 8 of your requests. And obviously, we've got 3 priorities, 3 positions, attorney 3, and a legal assistant. And I just need to have clarifier, is this because I know we said it was a yearly, is this a yearly ask or is this a biennium ask? Because if it's a yearly ask with an $80,000 starting wage, that puts $88,000 for insurance and for whatever other stuff and I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that number, so just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chairman, this is the effective immediate April, so it would be a 15-month calculation. So to biannualize it, you take that number, divide it by 15, and multiply it by 24 for the following biennium.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, there you are, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Smith, Goshen County, rank number 1 to my wife. I would say, or my quick question is, will these positions fulfill your bottleneck issues, or would you still have a bottleneck with the state crime lab? So would these positions better be spent in the state crime lab as opposed to in your office?
Okay.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I think, and I can't speak for the state crime lab by any means, but I think these positions would greatly help our office. It'd catch up not only on the bottleneck, as the representative speaks about, but also catch us up to the last 20 years of not increasing a single employee. I can't speak for what happens over at the crime lab. I'm sure they'd ask for folks as well, but this will greatly help us accomplish our goals.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Pendergraft, House District 29. Forgive me if this sounds a little bit out of left field, but recidivism has been on my mind of late. If you were to look back over the last 2 to 3 years, are you seeing a lot of the same people before the bench?
Mr. Chairman, we do see a lot of the same people from time to time. Every now and then you do get some new folks. What we have seen consistently is, one, the rise of violent crime and the rise of drugs, specifically methamphetamine and fentanyl, and not near small quantities. perhaps large quantities, or what at least I would call large quantities, half pounds of methamphetamine, thousands of fentanyl pills at a time. Whereas 20-some years ago, maybe a quarter pound of meth was like, holy cow, newsworthy things. Routinely, we're seeing that now.
Anything follow up? All right, anything else for Mr. Itzen? Well, before you close, I guess I'd say accelerated discovery or not, you're probably entitled to a couple positions anyway. It's amazing the transformation that's happened in the office and that you're still doing it with the same people. Unfortunately, I won't be here next year, so my say-so is fairly limited. Anything else for Mr. Itzen? All right, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate you being here.
I appreciate it.
All right, folks, we're going to break for lunch. Let's be back here at, if I say 1, is that too short? Make it 1:15? 1:15.